Hannah or Spencer didn't say a word, didn't ask why we were coming in there, didn't ask why they were being handcuffed or nothing.
Authorities transport the suspects to the Goshen Police Department for questioning. 12 miles away in Middlebury, investigators seek to re-interview Aaron McDonald. But before they find Aaron, his conscience gets the better of him.
Aaron had called me at 5 o'clock in the morning on Sunday and asked me if I would come to his house in Middlebury. I walked in and he was crying and I hugged him and I said, "What's the matter?" And he said, he said, "Spencer killed a lady." He goes, and so I was with him. And immediately I went into like a shock. He wanted to leave. He said, "Take me to your house." And I figured that wasn't a good idea. Shortly thereafter, maybe 15, 20 minutes, the police came to the door.
Patrol deputies take Aaron into custody and transport him to the Goshen Police Department, where Hannah Stone and Spencer Krimpitz are being held.
Now that Aaron knew that the other two were found, he came clean and told North the truth.
Aaron was more of a follower, I believe. He was just a loner, somebody that wanted to be a part of something and be with people.
Aaron, he had a good childhood. He had a good family. But as he progressed in elementary school, he started falling behind and he's struggling. And he'd come home after school and he would be sad and cry because the kids said he was stupid. He wanted so much to be accepted. He wanted to have friends. I think that played a lot into when he finally was accepted by Spencer. You know, people like Spencer, they prey on people like Aaron.
Aaron tells investigators that Hannah told him she was having problems with her mother, and Hannah was ready to end those problems.
Aaron said that Hannah had planned to have her mom killed. They came over to Aaron's house prior to going to get Mrs. Kime, and they were smoking marijuana with Aaron, and they kept asking Aaron to go with them.
There was a plan to secure a gun, and Aaron McDonald was able to secure a gun from someone he knew.
I think they were holding out to Aaron, "Hey, you know what? She's got a lot of money." Aaron went for money because in Aaron's mind, if they said that he could get $400, they'd give him $400. I mean, he would have thought, wow, you know, that's like $1 million to him. I mean, it's not right, and I'm not defending him, but he went to take money.
Aaron tells police that the three of them drove to Barbara's apartment, and Hannah came up with a way to get inside without a struggle.
Hannah Stone knocked on the door so that her mother would not be suspicious, and Barbara answered the door for Hannah.
Hannah was at the door, and Hannah said that she needed to get some clothes.
At that point, Spencer and Aaron, who had been hiding near the door, pounced, jumped on her. When they jumped on her, she had made some screaming noises. Spencer tied her up with duct tape, taped her mouth.
While they're doing that, Aaron's going to the house to try to find some money. And they get her debit card.
That's when Aaron and Spencer went ahead and took physical force of Mrs. Kime. Then they proceeded to take her out to her vehicle.
They put her in the van and drove around. Hannah stayed behind. Her purpose in staying behind was so that neighbors wouldn't be alerted. They were concerned that someone might have heard or may come looking for her.
According to Aaron, the men followed Hannah's plan to get cash from Barbara.
They went to various ATM machines to access her account in efforts to get money.
Aaron claims that Spencer then began driving as if he were scouting for a specific place.
Spencer drives around Aaron said quite a bit. Keeps her driving around, and finally They go to Napanee in Kosciuszko County.
They were just probably a mile or two past the county line in Kosciuszko County.
According to Aaron, Spencer parked near a field and pulled Barbara out of the van.
She was wondering where she was. Like, she was begging and pleading Spencer, asking where she was.
Aaron says that Spencer began walking Barbara into the field.
Aaron had started to walk in. He had a bad feeling. He got to both feet, went back to the van and waited.
Aaron hears a gunshot. Spencer comes back, and Aaron said he was growling like a lion or something. And he was growling, and he had blood all over his face and all over him.
Investigators tell Aaron he needs to take them to the site where Barbara was allegedly shot.
He had given information to police that the body was located in a cornfield. He wasn't quite sure, but he felt he could map it out if they drove him. And so they put him in a car. We left Elkhart County and crossed over into Kosciuszko County. He had described a bridge of some sort near where he believed the murder took place. And as we crossed over a little bridge, he had indicated that this was the location.
Coming up, police discover the brutal truth about the fate of Barbara Kime.
Asked her if she knew the Lord's Prayer. She said she did, and he said, well, you better start saying it.
How could somebody do this? You know, it just seems so unbelievable.
As temperatures and tensions rise in rural Indiana, Aaron McDonald leads police to what he claims is the location of the body of missing nurse Barbara Kime.
The police officers, at his instruction or direction, went into the field. As you got closer, there certainly was the unmistakable presence of a figure that was on the ground. She was on her back.
The body will later be identified as that of Barbara Kime.
From that point forward, all of the work went back into how did we get here?
To get answers, police interrogate Spencer. Confronted with Aaron's statement and the discovery of the body, Spencer confesses and finally tells investigators everything, including the parts Aaron did not see.
They take her to a cornfield. Spencer put her on her knees, and Spencer was behind her.
Spencer tells her he's going to kill her, says to her, you want to pray?
He asked her if she knew the Lord's Prayer. She said she did, and he said, well, you better start saying it.
That had to be a very terrorizing situation to have considerable amount of time with people knowing that you're not coming out of this situation alive.
She shakily said the Lord's Prayer, but didn't say amen at the end. And he said, you're not going to say amen?
And then when she says amen, he fires a shot in the back of her head.
And was fascinated by watching her body fall to the ground.
My chief, when he came out of the interview with Spencer, he was like, wow, that kid scares me. He said, that boy's evil.
But the plan to murder Barbara Kime came from her daughter, Hannah Stone.
Both Spencer and Aaron said that Hannah was the mastermind behind this plan. Barb didn't like Spencer and didn't like them being together. So Hannah was just, we can solve all this by just getting rid of my mom. So they concocted this idea to get rid of Barb.
Investigators confront Hannah Stone about her role in the death of her mother. At first, she denies everything.
She didn't know anything and didn't know what was going on. Like she was trying to play the victim. I don't know what happened.
Eventually, Hannah admits she was there at the apartment, but she claims it was Spencer's idea to rob her mother, and she never thought he would kill her. Prosecutors decide to charge Hannah, Spencer, and Aaron equally.
Based upon the evidence we determined that there were 3 charges: criminal confinement, conspiracy to commit murder, and murder. And so all 3 were charged with the same offense. They all initially pled not guilty.
News of the arrests leaves the small community of Middlebury reeling.
Currently, we have in custody on preliminary charges of murder 3 individuals.
I heard it over the news and I just dropped to my knees and I screamed to the point where I was hoarse. Like I couldn't understand why, what, how.
At the arraignment, Spencer Crimpett seems to enjoy the attention.
I will never forget seeing Spencer. That image will be stuck in my head forever. He was transported from the jail to the courthouse, and the way that he came out of that car, he stuck his tongue out, and his tongue, I felt like it came all the way down to his chin almost. His eyes were glazed over. He just looks like he was possessed by the devil. It was one of the scariest things I've ever seen. I was shocked. Nothing happened like that in Middlebury.
In early 2006, Aaron McDonald pleads guilty.
Aaron McDonald was given an opportunity to enter a plea to the 3 charges, and he gets 65 years for his participation. Did he pull the trigger? No, but he was as responsible as the trigger puller because of his engagement in his activity.
I don't know Spencer and I don't know Hannah, but I know Aaron. I can't wrap my head around how the kid I know and love ended up in that situation. I can't figure it out.
On March 10th, 2006, Spencer Crimpett pleads guilty to murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and criminal confinement while armed with a deadly weapon.
He said that he basically pulled the trigger, killed Barb Keim to please the girl he loved.
On March 30th, 2006, Spencer Crimpett is sentenced for his crimes.
I do remember at his sentencing that he said, if you're going to give me life in prison without parole, then you might as well just give me the death sentence.
But the judge made the determination that it would be life without parole.
Spencer decides to give himself a death sentence.
Spencer committed suicide. He took the coward's way out. You decided to take someone's life and then you're going to take your own life because you can't deal with the repercussions? No.
In March 2006, Hannah Stone also pleads guilty to the same charges as Spencer.
Hannah Stone, through her counsel, we gave her an offer that she could enter a plea of guilty to the 3 offenses and face a stipulated sentence of 100 years. None of this happens without Hannah Stone, because Hannah Stone is ultimately the one who made the decision to kill her mother. There's no question about that. She is someone who committed a horrendous act, and you can't help but wonder what happened that she could have such an expression of hatred for the woman who gave her life.
She knew Spencer was going to kill her mother. She knew what she was doing, and her mom's not here because of her actions and the actions of Spencer.
Hannah's callous actions also left a young boy, her little brother, heartbroken and motherless.
The son cries. The son would wake up in the middle of the night crying, "Mommy, Mommy," right after the killing happened.
I just want to end this by expressing my condolences to the family of Barbara Keim. I'm sorry that Barbara was taken from them. I know the pain that they have suffered is certainly a very hard loss.
Barb may not have thought she had such a huge impact, because she was such a humble person, but I think if she had seen how many people who actually turned out at her viewing and funeral, she would have seen a lot of people did care. A lot of people did care and love her.
She was just this devout Christian woman who just loved helping other people out. I feel like the community definitely lost an angel.
Hannah Stone is scheduled to be released in 2053. She will be 65 years old. She is forbidden to have any contact with her younger brother.
They were a young couple with their best years ahead of them.
I've never seen such big smiles on their faces. They were pretty happy to be parents.
Then, a mysterious disappearance shatters their plans for their family. The worry begins one hot July day.
He went to town to get cigarettes and never came back.
His main pride and joy was his kids. He wouldn't have left his kids.
But was there a secret life simmering under the surface?
A lot of people thought he was a gang member.
Maybe he was involved in a drug deal and somebody wanted payback.
Investigators uncover sinister plans and twisted motives.
The subject was brought up about the sexual favor.
The more she talked with me, the more abuse she received.
He put it on his license the way he said that hurt my chest.
Rose Hill, Kansas is a quiet bedroom community just outside Wichita.
We are sitting almost smack in the middle of the United States, so this is about as middle America as you can get.
It's a safe place with little crime, and residents enjoy easygoing summers. But on July 28, 1997, something seems off to area resident Frank Herod when he contacts his son, 24-year-old Punky Herod.
I called him every day. I called him that night, and he said, okay, and his voice was kind of, just sounded funny. I said, what's the matter? He wouldn't tell me. Nothing, Dad, nothing. There ain't nothing wrong.
When Frank later connects with Punky's pregnant 21-year-old wife, Kelly Herod, she's also worried.
Then the next morning I called. Kelly said he wasn't there. Kept calling him back. Nothing.
We got suspicious because there isn't a day that goes by that Punky did not call Frank. So we called his friends. Nobody had seen him. Nobody had talked to him or anything.
Concern grows while temperatures rise the next day, when Punky misses his first day of work at a new job at Cessna Aircraft, where Frank and Blanca both work.
I got him a job at the grocery shop at Cessna. My boss the next day told me your son never showed up.
At that point, Kelly decides to call the Butler County Sheriff's Department.
The missing person report requires a deputy to respond to that location. That deputy then gets the information of the missing person. You begin a timeline. You start, when's the last time he was seen? What did he do? Who did he interface with before then?
Kelly explains she last saw Punky on July 29th, when he left to walk to the store before the day got too hot.
He just got up early in the morning and went to town to get cigarettes and never came back.
They looked to see what items were left behind and what items were taken at the time.
His keys were there, his cigarettes were there, his pager was there, and he never went nowhere without his cigarettes.
His car was there and everything. Where could he gone if his car was still there?
Born in Killeen, Texas in 1973, Franklin Herod Jr. was always known by his nickname, Punky.
He was always playing with the bigger kids. Bigger kids loved him because he would take chances.
Punky was a little daredevil. He liked riding his bike and doing tricks with it. And then as he got older, he liked to race cars.
Oh, he'd laugh and smile. If I needed something, I could tell I need this done or I need that done. He'd be there for me. He'd come do it. He was there every time. He's a good son.
The family moved to Rose Hill, Kansas, and by the time Punky was in high school, he was hanging out at the local racetrack every weekend. When he was 17, something other than cars caught Punky's eye. A charismatic 15-year-old girl named Kelly Osborne.
She, had friends everywhere she went.
Kelly was a pretty girl, long black hair. I think that's what caught his eye.
And they got to talking, and I guess one thing led to another, and they decided to date each other.
He was crazy about it. He'd do anything in the world for him.
After about a year and a half or two after they met, they decided they wanted to get married. It was a pretty nice wedding. Both Punky and Kelly had a lot of fun.
The couple didn't have much time to settle into married life before they received happy news.
They called me at work and told me she was pregnant. And he was all tickled to death about that. That's but good, He'll be a grandpa, I guess.
The couple's first child, Karina, was born in October 1994.
My mom just turned 18, and I know she was excited and happy for it.
Little sister Rihanna followed just over a year later, in December 1995.
They were pretty happy to be parents, I would say.
Punky was a real good dad. He enjoyed his kids. He played with them. He used to put them in front of the four-wheeler and drive them around. And she was a good mom. She treated him real good.
I know they like to be together as a family, like to the zoo and like fireworks. 4th of July was my dad's favorite holiday.
Punky had a particularly traditional view of parenting and supporting the family.
At one point, Kelly worked at Hardee's, I believe, and that's the only job she had because Punky didn't like her working. He was kind of like his dad. He wanted to provide for his family himself. He did a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Jack of all trades, I guess you might call him.
Not everything was perfect in the marriage, but Punky and Kelly rode out the rough patches.
I mean, they got in arguments once in a while, because everybody argues. They bickered, but not a lot,
When Punky wasn't working odd jobs, he, Kelly, and the girls spent their free time at the nearby 81 Speedway, where Punky raced cars.
He made it a family thing, and I'm not sure my mom was as much of a fan of it, but as long as we were all together, she enjoyed it. He had a Nova. He had painted my mom's name on the side of the car. He named it after her. He loved it.
At the track, Punky and Kelly met another racing couple, Tammy Crow and Jerry Trussell.
Tammy, she was born here in Alabama. She lived around here most of her life. Jerry, he was a car freak. I'm talking about, he worked on people's cars. He fixed hot rods and all up for himself to race racetracks and stuff.
There was one race where two men drove. One guy drove, the other guy braked. And that's where he met Jerry.
They decided to be in a team together.
They got to be real good buddies, run around together and just like brothers. You didn't see one without the other. They argued, back and forth, like to races and stuff, like any good friends and brothers and all that's going to do. But, they'd get back to normal in a day or two.
When Tammy and Jerry were evicted from their home in the summer of 1997, Punky didn't hesitate to offer a helping hand.
They had no place else to go. So Punky believed in taking care of his friends, so he asked them, and they all just moved in together.
My dad was just a giver. Anything to make you happy, whatever he had to do, he was going to do it.
Tammy's daughter also joined them. While Punky and Jerry worked, Kelly and Tammy split the responsibilities at home.
Tammy and Kelly took care of the kids.
As July heated up, things were looking up for both families. Jerry and Tammy were in the market for a new place to live. Kelly discovered she was pregnant with her third child, and Punky had that new job at Cessna. But then, Punky vanishes.
Kelly and them called the police and told him he was missing.
The deputy asks if Punky has any reason to disappear. Kelly admits that they had some troubles in their marriage, but nothing that would make him leave.
If he would have left and gone, I believe Punky would have called. But I don't think he would ever do that. His main pride and joy was his kids. He wouldn't have left his kids.
Authorities can list Punky as missing, but since he's an adult and there is no real evidence of a crime, they can't do much more. The family is frustrated.
I said, my son's missing and somebody needs to do something.
Coming up, Did the devoted father have dark secrets?
That was the story, Punky got over his head with sand.
And a mystery caller raises the stakes.
The anonymous call said, I think something bad happened.
In the red-hot summer of 1997, the family of Punky Herod have reported him missing after he vanished, leaving his keys, his car, and his family behind.
It was very inconsistent with his personality. It just wasn't consistent that he would just walk away.
Following up, detectives respond to Punky's home to get more details from Punky's wife, Kelly, as well as Punky and Kelly's housemates, Tammy Crow and Jerry Trussell. When authorities ask them if they have any idea where Punky could be, a dangerous new possibility emerges.
Investigators were talking with Jerry and Tammy. The story became he was involved in a drug deal, and somebody wanted payback.
Tammy explains that she heard rumors that Punky might have gotten mixed up in the drug trade.
That was the story, Punky got over his head with sand. And owed him a lot of money or something. He was out to get him, and he took off. That's all they knew.
And anytime you get a lead that sounds true to life, of course it sparks your interest.
Investigators realized that a drug debt could explain a sudden disappearance. To follow up, authorities meet with Punky's parents, Frank and Blanca Herod, and ask about Punky's possible drug connections.
Punky never had any dealings with drugs out of nowhere. A lot of people thought he was a gang member because of the name Punky, got long hair. And he's not affiliated with any gangs.
Besides, the Herods say that Punky would never put his new job at risk.
When you hire a test now, you have to have drug tests. If you have any drugs in your system, you won't get hired.
His parents were confident from the get-go that something had happened to him and that somebody had done something to him.
Authorities follow up on the drug test lead.
We were able to subpoena the aircraft manufacturer's records, and he had had a physical just prior to his disappearance, which was definitely checked for drugs and alcohol and such, and none was found.
Investigators also check local law enforcement databases for any sign of Punky's involvement with drugs or gangs.
There was no prior history of that in our records once we did a background check.
That background check also reveals a recent interaction with police on a warm summer night near the racetrack Punky frequented.
As Punky was leaving the track, he was stopped by a trooper and given a speeding ticket. That was on July 24th.
It's the last official sign of Punky's whereabouts, but it doesn't help explain where he is now.
Punky was put in the National Crime Database as a missing person. So, say if he got stopped somewhere for a ticket, law enforcement would see that he was a missing person and could report that to authorities.
Investigators reach out to Punky's friends and associates to see if he had problems with anyone.
There was never really anybody that we located that just had it out for Punky. Most of them would have said Punky would have gave the shirt off his back to him.
Oh, there it is. I don't think Punky had any enemies. Everybody he met, he was friends with. He didn't meet no strangers.
While sheriff's detectives continue working the case, Punky's parents, wife, and friends spend humid summer days conducting their own search.
Frank and Blanca, they'd gotten together with Kelly and Tammy and made these missing persons posters and put them up all over our local communities in hopes that somebody would call and give them a hint of where Punky might have been.
We were calling everybody. I mean, my husband would call the sheriff's department every day. We were on it all the time. It was just, your son is gone and you want to find him and you just about try everything.
Despite their efforts, the family learns nothing more. Then, on August 15th, 1997, more than 2 weeks after Punky vanished, Butler County 911 receives a call from someone who saw the family's missing person poster.
The 911 caller never identified himself. He just basically said that he discovered the poster and he knew the people that were associated with Punky, and he believed that they had something to do with the killing of Punky.
The call is the first indication that Punky might have been murdered.
He said these people had come asking for a gun. The anonymous call said, I think something bad happened.
Unfortunately, the call comes in on a weekend, and the small department is short-staffed that day.
In 1997, being a smaller community, not funded well in the way, our dispatcher at the time was the only one working on that particular day. The dispatcher said, "There's nobody here to talk to. It's Sunday. If you could call back tomorrow." So they made an agreement on the phone for him to call back.
On Monday, detectives receive the lead. They listen to the 911 recording and note the caller has a distinctive voice. It's high-pitched with a stutter. Investigators wait for the caller to phone back, hoping he has names for them, but he never calls again.
No one knew who the caller was. Unfortunately, that was a time where we weren't able to trace back numbers. Our system just wasn't equipped for that at the time.
We had no clue who he was. I played it for the family and for some friends of the family. They did not recognize this person at all.
Weeks pass, and the heat of summer gives way to a cool fall. Punky's family fears they will never know what happened to him.
We had detectives coming to the house to interview us and talk about it and stuff like that.
Unfortunately, when no new leads develop, Butler County has to assign detectives other cases as well.
We had a series of about 8 homicide cases in some variety or another throughout the county, which tied investigators up.
The ordeal takes its toll on the family, especially Punky's children.
I wasn't quite sure what happened to him, or if he was okay, or if he really did run off and try to start life over again. Like, I didn't know, but I just kind of felt like I had been abandoned. I mean, it was disbelief and kind of betrayal.
It's almost a year later when detectives get their next tip in the case. This time, it's not from an anonymous caller.
Eventually, law enforcement had an opportunity to talk to Kelly.
He just said that he was dead.
Coming up, detectives learn about a new predator.
Sexually, he used her to accommodate whatever his needs and desires were.
If he wants to find me, it's not going to be for something physical. It's going to be threaten me or kill me.
In December 1997, 5 months after 24-year-old Punky Herod vanished, Punky's wife, 22-year-old Kelly Herod, gives birth to the couple's third child, a daughter Punky never had the chance to meet. As the summer of 1998 heats up, police still have no solid leads on Punky's whereabouts. But things start to change when Kelly Herod comes in to the Butler County Sheriff's Department. She surprises detectives by pleading for help.
She was saying she needed protection from Jerry Trussell.
Kelly explains that when Jerry and his girlfriend, Tammy Crow, moved in before Punky went missing, Jerry quickly made himself a little too much at home.
He would come onto me and I'd try to shrug off or whatever, and however long I would try to move away. I wasn't interested in him in any way, shape, or form.
Kelly says that Punky noticed Jerry's interest in her and didn't like it.
Really nice. Very, very nice.
The way Kelly talked about them, Jerry and Punky seemed to constantly be at, odds with each other. Something bad was going to happen.
Regarding Punky's disappearance, Kelly sticks by her original story that on the morning of July 29th, Punky went out for cigarettes and never returned. But now, Kelly admits that she never reported one crucial detail.
They left together. Punky and Jerry left together, and Jerry came back.
Kelly claims that she had omitted this when she first talked to police because Punky was no longer there to protect her from Jerry. Kelly explains that after Punky disappeared, Jerry ruled the house with an iron fist, forcing Kelly and Tammy to obey his every whim, including sex on demand.
Jason didn't why he didn't do what he said that my head hurt, my chest.
Jerry was a conniving user type of individual that basically convinced people to do everything for Jerry Trussell.
I think sexually he used her to accommodate him in whatever his needs and desires were.
Kelly says she had every reason to believe Jerry's threats.
What did Jerry tell you he did to Punky?
He just said that he took care of me.
Kelly believes that Jerry killed Punky to have unfettered access to her.
Punky had to go because Punky was between Jerry and Punky's wife, Kelly.
I thought he could kill me and then he get the second if he wanted to. He made my life a living hell and put Tammy through hell, and I had to get away.
Kelly tells detectives that even when she moved into a new home, the abuse continued. Once, when Jerry came to her place looking for sex, Kelly refused his advances, and he attacked.
Jerry had choked her to the point where she became unconscious. She called 911, and that resulted in a domestic violence call and battery case, and Jerry was arrested for that.
After Jerry was released, Kelly received an order of protection against him, but she explains she still fears for her safety.
I don't trust him. If he wants to find me, it's not going to be for something physical. It can be threaten me or kill me. I need to take off the street.
If what Kelly says is true, that Jerry admitted to killing Punky, then detectives need to find Jerry fast. But tracking him down is not easy.
We discovered quickly that Jerry and Tammy Trussell were the type of people that moved every 30 days. They would rent a house, move in it, and then when the rent come due, they'd move out, move into somewhere else. So it was just a horrendous effort on our part just to keep up.
Before investigators can find Jerry, he hears they're looking for him and comes to them. But he denies everything.
No admission to anything. So it was just kind of like, he's my best friend. I don't know where he went. Then he wanted a lawyer and didn't want to talk.
Authorities cannot arrest him.
With no body and no evidence of any homicide, there's no evidence of crime, you can't prosecute them. It just continued to be treated as a missing person.
The case goes cold yet again. 3 years after Punky vanished, Kelly Harrod meets a man named James Bishop.
They got married in the year 2000, I want to say in August.
Kelly changes Punky's daughters' last names to Bishop as well. Also in this time period, Tammy Crow marries Jerry Trussell. Then, in 2001, the Butler County Sheriff's Department assigns cold case investigators Randy Kaufman and Glenn Hopper to the case.
It was a missing person case. but we believed that it was definitely a homicide.
In addition to interviews with family and friends, detectives review the tape of the mysterious 1997 911 call from a man who claimed Punky had been murdered.
What stuck out to me more so than anything, caller had a high-pitched voice, but he had a speech impediment, kind of stuttering on certain words. So I put that to memory.
The newly assigned detectives quickly learn that Punky's family has refused to give up.
Frank Sr., of course, Punky's dad, had repeatedly called and pretty much put the pressure on the sheriff's department to continue the investigation.
I said, just find my son. They got involved. They were good. I mean, they took care of for us.
Frank isn't the only one asking for updates.
But also Tammy. Remarkably, in this case, we thought that was odd that she would call and inquire if there was any new leads, if there was any information that we could share.
The detectives note that there is one person who has not called once in the nearly 4 years since Punky's disappearance. Punky's wife, Kelly, now remarried and going by Kelly Bishop.
No phone calls to the sheriff's office, no wants or desires of what happened to him, where he at on the case, none of that. She was a person of interest by chance because of her appearance of lack of caring.
Coming up, police finally identify the mystery caller.
And the stuttering and the high-pitched voice. It became apparent that he was my 911 caller.
And a key witness decides to talk.
I heard a pop, like a firecracker.
4 years after Punky Herod's 1997 disappearance, Butler County cold case detectives reach out to Punky's parents, Frank and Blanca Herod. The Herods explain that Punky and his wife Kelly had problems in their marriage, beginning in 1995, when the couple briefly separated.
One time, he called upset, frantic, crying out, "What's the matter? She's gone. Who's gone? Kelly's gone. Kids were gone."
My mom, for whatever reason, didn't want to be a family anymore and thought that my dad was the problem.
Punky filed for divorce, but wanting full custody of the kids. That was the biggest issue with Kelly.
She left and she came back. And then Punky dropped the suit after they got back together again.
Shortly after they got back together, Tammy and Jerry moved in with them. Kelly, I don't think Punky trusted her anymore.
The Herods say Punky never witnessed an affair between Jerry and Kelly, but he was suspicious. Kelly had told investigators that Jerry forced her into sex, but was their relationship actually consensual? When the cold case detectives canvass one of the neighborhoods where Jerry and Tammy lived before Punky's disappearance, they make a surprising discovery.
Randy Kaufman knocked on a neighbor's door, and an individual by the name Jerry Wilson Jr. had come to the door. He started talking, and the stuttering, and a little hesitation in there, and the high-pitched voice. And as we was 2 or 3 minutes into the conversation, it became apparent that he was my 911 caller. So I just quickly said, "Why didn't you call us back?" And he didn't hesitate a split second. He said, "I thought they were going to kill me if I said anything." Jerry Wilson Jr. had heard Jerry Trussell plotting against Punky to kill him.
Jerry Wilson Jr. says that just a few weeks after overhearing Jerry Trussell's threat, he saw the missing person posters that Punky's parents had hung around town. He called 911 once, but then lost the courage to follow up.
He's afraid Jerry Trussell. He called him crazy. The man was unpredictable and would do anything. So he believed the fact that he took care of Punky.
As detectives prepare to track down Jerry Trussell again, they receive a surprising offer: Jerry's wife, Tammy Trussell, wants to talk.
There was something there that she needed to get out. She really needed to get this off of her chest.
Speaking with authorities, Tammy confirms that Kelly and Jerry had started an affair in the spring of 1997. She claims that on July 28th, Jerry made a taunting admission to Punky outside the home the two couples shared. According to Tammy, she and Kelly were inside.
Jerry had told him that he'd been having a sexual relationship with his wife and that she was pregnant with his child.
Confused, I haven't heard of this effing bulls, whatever. We're supposed to be friends.
Jerry started to fight with Punky outside. So he clobbered him a few times.
We had my daughter there, we had kids there, we were trying to keep them inside, away from the fussing and the arguing. I heard a pop, like a firecracker.
Then Tammy realized it was a gunshot. She claims that she and Kelly were still inside when Jerry entered alone.
He came back in there and just looked at Kelly and kind of just nodded.
Tammy says the nod seemed to indicate Kelly and Jerry had previously talked about shooting Punky. Tammy tells detectives that Jerry ordered her to help him, and when she approached his pickup truck, something was in the bed under a blue roofing tarp.
Did he roll it in the tarp in the truck?
I never saw them.
You saw the tarp and his tennis shoes sticking out, is that true?
Yes.
Tammy says Jerry made her come with him to dump the body.
They drove down to Butler County in a rural area, dumped him along the river in a shallow grave. Another investigator and myself loaded Tammy up, had her walk out there and place little survey flags in the areas that she was told Punky was at. But Tammy had told me that Jerry had told her he was going to come back and move Punky to a different location. So we thought there was a slim chance that none of finding any kind of bones, any kind of remains left. But we brought in cadaver dogs, we brought in search teams, we did everything we could, digging, searching, but with no results. As the search team efforts kind of just fizzled out, but with no results, I took a Sunday just on my own, fairly nice weather, broadened the search. On the west side of the river, as I appeared over there, I could see a blue tarp sticking out of the ground. And as I moved and removed some of the soil away from it, it was discovered that it had the eyelets and the rope still in the tarp. The color was right.
The partially buried tarp matches the description of the one Tammy claimed Jerry used to transport Punky's body.
I alerted my captain at the time, the sheriff. We called the neighboring forensic team, and they took it over to the forensic center.
Detectives haul Jerry Trussell in for an interview, which doesn't last long.
I popped the question. I said, "What happened to Punky?" And at that point in time, he asked if he could leave.
He wanted a lawyer, and once that happens, you can't reapproach people. He was very close-lipped.
Still lacking hard evidence, investigators are forced to release Jerry. Next, they reach out to Kelly Bishop.
She wasn't helpful. Basically, her story was, I didn't see it, I didn't hear it.
At one point in the interview, she just stopped me and said, "If you're asking me if I care what happened to Punky or where he's at, I do not. I could care less, as long as he's out of my life."
When lab examiners send their results to detectives, those results reveal that the blue tarp did yield surprising clues.
They removed debris and everything they could, and that's when they discovered some human hairs. The tarp and the hairs were sent off for DNA. Of course, they were old and weather-stricken.
We could never say those hairs were from Punky because there was no DNA in the hairs.
But they were able to tell us they were human hairs. And one of the hairs they believed was from a Hispanic male.
Punky Herod was Hispanic.
We had a correlation with the TARP, but it was circumstantial evidence.
Our prosecuting attorney at the time felt that that's not enough to warrant an arrest based just on that.
The frustrated investigators desperately need something that will finally crack the case. In May 2004, detectives risk everything on a calculated ruse that might bring Punky's killer or killers to justice.
We knew that this was a last-ditch opportunity to be able to get any of them to say anything against each other.
The challenge was on.
Detectives believe Punky Herod's wife Kelly, his friend Jerry, and Jerry's wife Tammy were involved in his death. But human hairs they have discovered are too degraded for DNA matching. So investigators decide to use the hairs in another way.
I used the hair as a tool, telling them we're going to be drawing blood from each one of you, and we're going to match it to that hair. And when we match it to that hair, somebody's going down for it.
But what the suspects don't know is the DNA warrants are a ruse.
It was the first time they'd been together, set them across from each other so they could see each other. And the nurse began drawing blood from them. And when they got to Tammy, Tammy confessed.
But this admission is different from her last story, when she said Jerry shot Punky.
I think Tammy was just worn down to the point where she knew it was time. She had to say it, so she did. She just opened up and said, I shot him.
Jerry and Kelly remain in custody while Tammy is led to an interview room. Tammy tells authorities that she believes it all began when Kelly decided she wanted out of the marriage and wanted to do so by getting rid of Punky.
Her comment was something about she wished he'd fall off the face of the earth.
Tammy explains that she told Jerry about Kelly's dark wish.
Tammy said Kelly wants to get rid of Punky. Kelly just doesn't want to be with Punky anymore. That was all he needed, to take over from there.
According to Tammy, Kelly had an unsettling plan for paying Jerry to take care of Punky for her.
Right around the end of March, I know the subject was brought up about the sexual favors from her to Jerry.
Kelly had no money, had no job. So the payments for Jerry Trussell for doing the dastardly deed was having a sexual relationship with Punky's wife, Kelly.
Tammy says that on the warm summer evening of July 28, 1997, Jerry decided to carry out Kelly's wishes. She then explains that she watched as Jerry picked the fatal fight with Punky. But in her new story, she says she didn't just hear a gunshot.
Punky had Jerry down, and I don't know how I knew the gun was in the truck, but I knew it was there. And I went out there and I got it, and Jerry is yelling at me, shoot him, shoot him. I didn't know what to do. And then Jerry said, shoot him or it's you. And I just shot.
We're focusing on Jerry, thinking that he's the one that took care of Punky. Come to find out, Tammy ended up being the one that pulled the trigger.
Prosecutors place Tammy Trussell, Jerry Trussell, and Kelly Bishop under arrest on charges related to the killing of Punky Herod.
They were all conspirators, co-conspirators. Kelly is the one who initiated it, telling Tammy, we really need to get rid of Punky.
And Jerry was the one that said when, how, what.
I was definitely shocked it was a lot of anger, mistrust with her. Everything finally clicked for me. Every single lie that she's ever told me my entire life. I feel like my mom has spit out so many lies, it just makes absolute no sense.
The family just wanted everybody convicted, and understandably so. You want to convict all of them with first-degree murder and send them all away for life.
With Punky's body still missing, prosecutors realize they don't have that option.
It required the testimony from Tammy and from Kelly, and that would mean that I would have to make some agreements.
Kelly agreed to testify against Tammy and Jerry, and Tammy agreed to testify against Kelly and Jerry.
Tammy is allowed to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and manslaughter in exchange for 136 months in jail. Kelly adamantly denies any wrongdoing and knows authorities have no body or direct evidence tying her to the crime, so she and her defense team work to strike a remarkable deal. Kelly agrees to plead guilty to solicitation of murder in exchange for a mere 32 months in prison. It's frustrating for Punky's loved ones.
I believe my mom was the mastermind behind the whole thing. If she would never open her mouth, he'd still be here.
Kelly, she's the one that wanted it done.
She should have done life.
In 2007, Jerry Trussell fights the charges, but a jury finds him guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. A judge sentences Jerry Trussell to 25 years to life.
Jerry Trussell may know where Punky's body is. Jerry refuses to tell, and the family has no body to bury.
My only closure is when I see my son being laid to rest and find his body. That's when I'll have closure. Other than that, no.
I honestly don't know how she could take somebody's son, father, potential grandfather away. I still feel like she just doesn't quite grasp it was selfish of her. I'm done with her.
Tammy Trussell served her full sentence and was released from prison on March 14, 2017. As of 2023, Jerry Trussell has served more than 15 years of his sentence. He is eligible for parole in 2032. Kelly Bishop was released from prison on February 19, 2011. Her two eldest daughters have cut ties with him.
With his wife by his side, he spent a lifetime perfecting his craft.
He ran a saddle shop. He was a very profound artisan.
But then, sudden heartache.
She tried to do CPR on him. She had called the ambulance.
From the appearance, it looks like it probably is a heart attack. At that point, they went through the funeral process.
Yet new information raises suspicions.
You think Mr. Shaw could have touched his own life?
Police must dig deeper.
They removed the lid from the tomb, exposed the coffin and his body.
You just get a multitude of possibilities going through your mind. Why did this happen and exactly how?
Authorities eventually suspect a sinister plot.
This puzzle began to come into focus. The pieces began to fit.
The indebtedness was 400,000 plus.
But this case is no slam dunk.
She still had incredibly vocal support.
Set up a Truth for Carrie website, Truth for Carrie yard signs.
It's got all the elements of a classic, Southern thriller.
DeKalb County, Alabama embodies small-town Southern charm and the folks who live there wouldn't have it any other way.
It's a rural area. It's a very close-knit community. Everybody knows everybody.
They might put you in mind of Mayberry or Macomb County from To Kill a Mockingbird. It was always a comforting place, and I never considered crime at all. It was something that happened somewhere else, something that happened on TV.
But just before 5:30 p.m. on April 22nd, 2008, the DeKalb County 911 dispatch center gets a frantic call from a woman worried about her stepfather.
Carrie Willoughby, a stepdaughter of Billy Jr. Shaw, called 911 to report that he was no longer breathing.
She said she just got there, but he was slumped over in the chair. And she said, I'm afraid it's a heart attack.
Carrie explains she's a nurse, and she tried to revive her 65-year-old stepfather before calling 911.
She said she put her arms under his arms and pulled him out of the chair and laid him on the floor and then started CPR.
Paramedics rush to the scene and begin to tend to Junior, but not for long.
When the medical people arrived, he had been obviously dead for several minutes.
There will be no saving Junior Shaw. Billy Junior Shaw was born in 1942 and grew up on a farm in DeKalb County.
His mother and his dad had like 30-something acres there that they worked at cattle.
Junior dutifully put in his time on the family farm, but wanted to do more than wrangle livestock. So he got a job at a saddle shop in nearby Chattanooga, Tennessee.
He was making saddles. Like a lot of the guys out there that have saddle shops, they worked in Chattanooga and learned their trade there.
Junior became a well-known craftsman, but outside the shop, he was earning a very different reputation.
Everybody out there knew, and they referred to Junior as a drunk.
In the early 1980s, a single mother named Susie Hawkins started working at the saddlery to support her 3 daughters after splitting up with her husband.
After they divorced, they didn't see each other, and we didn't see our dad hardly ever. My mom had custody.
Junior was immediately interested, but Susie wasn't.
He wanted to start seeing my mom, but back at that time, he drank a lot, and she wouldn't have anything to do with him. She told him that she wouldn't date him or even see him until he quit drinking completely.
Junior took the rejection as a wake-up call about booze.
From what I understand from everybody, he pretty well laid it down, walked away from it, and never had any issues with that again.
When he quit drinking, and they started, seeing each other and finally ended up getting married. He was a good provider. He worked, and they had the same common work ethics at the time.
Following their 1983 wedding, Junior and Susie settled in DeKalb County, taking over the farm Junior was raised on. Susie's 3 daughters lived with them, Kim, Frida, and the youngest, Carrie.
She was a baby, She kind of got petted a little bit more than what we did, We call her the favorite.
Junior filled an important role in Carrie's life.
It's the only father she ever had. Her biological father wasn't in the picture ever. So this was her dad.
Although Junior continued to raise livestock on the family farm, he dreamed of opening his own saddlery there as well. In 1985, he and Susie were able to make that dream come true.
They opened their own place, built it right beside their house, and started doing it from home.
He was a very well-equipped and profound artisan of his craft. He made great saddles that were well-renowned in this community.
They always made sure everything was done right. It wasn't sloppy work. It was very, like I said, good quality work.
By the early 90s, Frida and Kim had moved out, leaving the vivacious young Carrie in the home.
All through junior high and high school, she was a cheerleader. She liked beauty pageants. She was in a lot of those. Like I said, she's like outgoing, bubbly. She's a people person.
She was always hyper, life of the party, always smiling, always just, let's go do this, let's go do that. She was just one of those people that you couldn't help but grin when you were around them.
Able to choose from a host of suitors, Carrie started dating a star athlete from a nearby high school, Jason Willoughby. Just 2 weeks after Carrie turned 18, the couple married.
Junior walked her down the aisle. It was just a beautiful wedding. Everybody seemed happy and just gorgeous.
Eventually, Jason became a teacher, and Carrie pursued a career as a caregiver.
She was a traveling nurse, and he would find, jobs wherever they traveled to. They wanted to travel before they had kids, so they had went to Huntsville and lived. They went to San Francisco.
By the time Carrie was 30, she and Jason had 2 kids and settled back into Cobb County. Every Sunday, they took their kids to Junior and Susie's for a meal with the family. Susie insisted on it.
She always cooked Sunday dinner and expected us to be there. She wanted us to stay close. We always had Christmas, Thanksgiving. We always had it at her house.
For Susie and Junior, a lifetime of hard work was finally paying off.
Their place where they lived, it was paid for. Their business done fairly well. They was able to pay for stuff with cash. They didn't have to go in debt for anything. They had the lake property that we would go to on the weekends, just being with the family and cooking out, just sitting around talking and having a good time, just being together.
What should have been the best years of their lives turned tragic on April 1st, 2008, when Susie was just 65 years old.
My mom, she had emphysema and COPD. She was on oxygen. Junior said that she wasn't feeling well. They was working in the sound shop. She was going to go in the house for a little while. He said she sat down on the porch.
She had a spell, got to where she couldn't breathe, and she fell. And when she fell, she hit her head on a concrete step. And she died just a short time after that. It was basically trauma to the head brought on by respiratory difficulty.
Susie's daughters were distraught, but it was Junior who took her sudden passing the hardest.
Folks in that community, family, church members, they all said that he was very depressed, very saddened.
My dad was going up there on a daily basis to check on him, to sit with him, and made comments that he just seemed depressed. And he would make comments about, you need to hope that you pass away before your wife. You don't want to know how I feel. Just seemed really depressed over it.
At the urging of family, Junior slowly started getting back into a routine.
He was mowing his grass. He was talking to several customers about saddles that he was preparing to make for them, or some that he was finishing.
Still, Junior's stepdaughters kept a close eye on him.
We kind of tried to take turns going up there, checking on him and making sure he, had something to eat and all that. But it was hard.
On April 22nd, it was Carrie's turn to check in. That's when she discovered him unconscious and tried to revive him.
It was obviously unsuccessful, and he was obviously dead.
The EMTs call law enforcement to the scene.
At the time of the incident, I was the commander of the Major Crimes Unit. So we had a new protocol that all unattended deaths, we would send an investigator, and then the coroner would come.
They don't undress him fully, but they make sure that he didn't have stab wounds or no bullet holes. And then they check the eyes for petechiae to make sure he hadn't been smothered and that sort of thing.
There was nothing suspicious at all about the condition of the body, the position of the body. There was no indication at all of any kind of foul play.
Coming up, a grieving family shares new suspicions.
He was just to the point of suicide.
And Carrie fears Junior might have done something terrible.
He had 2 puncture marks, one in each arm.
Junior might have died under suspicious circumstances.
Just weeks after Junior Shaw had to bury his wife Susie, Junior's stepdaughter, Carrie Willoughby, has found Junior dead in his farmhouse.
There was nothing to indicate that he had any kind of outside external trauma to the body.
Investigators ask Carrie to step into another room so the coroner staff can do their work. Following protocol for any unattended death, authorities meticulously document the scene.
One of the reasons we take photographs is in the event something were to come up later, or there were questions from the family, we'd be able to have photographs detailing the scene as it was, in a sense to preserve the scene for future reference if needed. While they were going over the body, the coroner did notice that there were a couple of puncture wounds.
He had 2 puncture marks, one in each arm. They were perfect, right in the vein, needle marks, it seemed.
While the marks could be easily explained as part of routine medical care, they are worth noting.
And so they said, well, let's find out what those were.
Because they don't know where the needle marks came from, the district attorney makes a request that is not standard protocol.
We had not normally done this in the past, but on that day, for providential reasons, I suppose, I told him to go ahead and draw blood and have it sent off just to make sure that there wasn't anything unusual about it.
Mike Odell ordered that blood be drawn for testing because it was not clear exactly why he died.
So we started drawing blood just to cover our bases. You just never know.
After Carrie has some time to process the death, authorities ask her to review what happened that day. Carrie says that she thought it was going to be like any other visit.
She routinely would call and check on him, see if he wanted anything to eat. And because he had been so depressed and all, she was checking on him more frequently.
She relayed the details, how she got there and found him unresponsive. She pulled him out of the chair, started CPR, and then went to the kitchen phone and dialed 911.
Carrie explains that, as a nurse, she has a pretty good idea of what probably happened.
The theory was it was a death of natural causes. Perhaps it was a heart attack. He was aging. He was sad. He wasn't eating well. His wife had recently died.
He was so depressed over his wife dying 3 weeks before.
Investigators ask Carrie about the marks on Junior's arms.
She stated that he had gone to the doctor earlier that week and that they probably drew blood. Everything leading up to this seemed natural, and the scene itself appeared to be consistent with how Carrie Willoughby had presented it to law enforcement and to the coroner.
It just appeared like he went home, sat in his chair, had a heart attack, and died.
There was no reason to suspect there might be foul play.
Authorities decide to forego an autopsy.
At that point, they proceeded as though it was a natural death, and they went on to embalm him and then go through the funeral process.
For the second time in less than a month, the Shaw family's loved ones find themselves attending a funeral.
The chapel was pretty full. He was pretty active with the church, so there was a lot of church members there.
Folks said that he was a staple in the community, that he was a farmer, that he was active in the church and seemed to be friendly with neighbors and a good family man.
They had customers that came, neighbors came. There was probably close to 100 people. Everybody was still upset about our mother passing, so it was kind of quiet and just solemn. It was very hard.
Carrie is especially distraught.
I remember Carrie being really upset, as all the girls were. She was saying to wake her up, wake me up, tell me this is not real.
After the funeral, as Carrie and her sisters try to pick up the pieces, investigators forward Junior's blood to the state lab for testing, the last task before closing the book on Junior's death.
We send those off to the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences, and then it's usually several months before we'll get a report back.
Authorities move on to other cases while they wait. Then, on May 17th, 3 weeks after Junior's death, Billy Dalton, the husband of Junior's oldest stepdaughter, Kim, contacts investigators because he just learned new information.
We got a phone call from Kim's husband, and he said that his wife had come in and let him know that she was at a ball game with Carrie and another person. And the conversation started up about, well, did y'all ever hear what happened to Junior?
According to Billy, Kim was shocked when Carrie mentioned that she had handed over some drugs for Junior to use on a bull on the farm.
Carrie told her that she had gotten it from her work and that it was pretty potent medicine and that it was designed to put the bull down. Kim did ask her, what medicine are you talking about?
And Carrie went so far as to name the two drugs. She named propofol and vecuronium.
Then Carrie said she was worried that Junior had used the drugs in a much more disturbing way.
She was fearful that he might have done something with them that could have hurt himself.
Carrie was basically sitting there with these ladies saying, well, I hope he didn't kill himself with that medicine I gave him.
Junior Shaw's death first seemed a natural one, but now investigators wonder, had he taken his own life? Authorities reach out to the state lab where Junior's blood still awaits testing.
The district attorney's office contacted the Department of Forensic Sciences, and that is the unit who is actually conducting the blood test, and suggested that they also test for these drugs that she had named.
It was beginning to seem perhaps we were looking at something different than what we originally thought.
Coming up, more surprises begin to surface.
Kerry Willoughby said that he had been to the doctor. Turns out he hates doctors and had not been to one in years.
Had Carrie's attempt to help her stepfather turned deadly.
I didn't pull the trigger, but I gave her the hand.
The passing of 65-year-old saddlemaker Junior Shaw first appeared to be a natural death. But after Junior's stepdaughter, Carrie Willoughby, mentions Junior had access to powerful drugs, DeKalb County investigators are taking a second look.
Her story was she believed that her stepfather had committed suicide by an overdose.
She began to offer an alternative theory. I got him these drugs for him to catch a bull, and oh my goodness, he's grieving his wife and he has committed suicide.
Carrie told her sister she had handed Junior 2 drugs to use on the bull, propofol and vecuronium.
At that point, we notified the lab and said that we'd like it to be tested for these substances, the blood, but they were unable to do so at that time at the state lab, so they farmed it out to a Pennsylvania lab.
The results will take weeks. Until then, investigators review the only other evidence, photographs of the scene and Junior's body. Originally, Carrie suggested the needle marks on Junior's arms were likely from a blood draw.
But I was a medic for 28 years, and after looking at the photographs later, it was obvious that these were not blood draws. These were intravenous injections. The injection marks on both arms were very precise into the veins, so we knew whoever injected him did a very good job of it.
Authorities follow up on the possibility that the marks came from a doctor visit.
If he had been to the doctor, he could have been given something, but once we checked all the medical records, his doctors, he hadn't been to the doctor in quite some time.
Turns out he hates doctors and had not been to one in years.
Investigators receive surprising news from the crime lab.
The toxicology report showed excessively high levels of both propofol and vecuronium.
The reports from Pennsylvania gave us exactly what the drug levels were.
However, the report does not reveal how the drugs entered his system.
We needed tissues and samples from his body that confirmed the presence of those drugs other than the blood. We were going to have to get the body exhumed.
We had to get a court order first, so we petitioned the court to exhume the body.
On May 13th, 2009, a full year after Junior Shaw was buried, investigators arrive at the Fuller Cemetery in Ider, Alabama.
The Department of Forensic Sciences brought a van down. One of the folks at the funeral home was willing to use the backhoe to remove the dirt to expose the tomb. They removed the lid from the tomb, exposed the coffin, and then they transported the body to Huntsville to the forensics lab for the pathologist to do her work.
At the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, investigator Wade Hill skips the exhumation to conduct an interview with Carrie Willoughby.
We set everything up, got Carrie to come in, so we literally were interviewing her while Junior's body was being examined.
Right now, we just want to talk to you about what transpired with Mr. Shaw's death. I understand that you're his stepdaughter. Is that correct?
Yes. Carrie tells authorities the same story she shared with her sister Kim.
He'd been having trouble with this one particular bull. He was trying to load the bull up, perhaps to take it to the cattle sale. And he had asked her if she had anything that would help him, and she volunteered that she had these paralytics that would probably subdue the bull to enable him to go into the trailer to take to the sale.
Investigators ask Carrie how she got the drugs.
As an education nurse, I have a box of expired medications that I use when I do training for my nurses.
She was actually involved in training other ER and acute care nurses in how to administer substances like propofol and becuronium.
You sure you gave it to him, right? When we accept that stuff?
No, I don't know. When I gave it to him, it was on top of the microwave.
Carrie also says that Junior wasn't the same after her mom died.
What was his frame of mind since she passed?
I checked on him every day. I used to check out in the evening. He would just say things like he didn't know how he could go on without mom, and that he didn't want to live without her. And that he knew his conscience in heaven.
Carrie tells investigators she fears she unintentionally helped Junior end his life.
You think Mr. Shaw could have taken his own life?
I think so.
How do you think he did that?
I think it would have been my fault.
That would be your fault. You weren't right.
I took his medicine. Not for him, for his health.
How much of would it take to make him quit breathing?
Not much.
Really?
Not much.
How quick would it act?
Within a minute.
It seems Carrie is holding a lot of guilt over what Junior might have done with the drugs.
We need to get this worked out. We need to bring it to a successful conclusion. How can you help us do that?
Tell me what can I do? I gave him, I didn't pull the trigger, but I gave him the gun.
Understand.
But if Junior used the drugs to kill himself, why didn't authorities find evidence of them near the body?
The syringes, the vials, everything would have been right there at the scene. Instead, we have no drugs, no syringes at all at the scene. They've never been found. He just has 2 puncture wounds.
You don't know of anyone having done away with the syringes or the needles or the vials.
If I did, I would tell you because, quite frankly, it would help me.
I'll come out next week. Did you object to him? You know who did.
She said, I provided this, it was a mistake, but I provided this so he could catch a bull. Turns out he was more depressed than I knew, and he killed himself using these drugs that I'd gotten him for veterinary purposes.
If I could help you, I would, because I know this looks bad on me. I mean, I gave him medicine, and I have to go home and explain to my children And it's my fault that her grandson is not here.
Detectives feel certain that Carrie knows more than she is letting on.
I think at that point, suspicion began to fall upon Carrie Willoughby.
I need to know the entire whole story in your body language and everything to tell me that there's something, and I don't know what it is, there's something that we don't know about this that you're holding on to. What is it? That's how you can tell right there.
I've told you everything that I know, everything that I can remember.
Authorities now suspect Carrie was involved in her stepfather's death. But if so, why?
We had a victim that was possibly murdered, that was buried, already embalmed, and a possible suspect. We had to find a motive. We had to find her means, her opportunity.
Coming up, detectives uncover a potential motive.
The indebtedness was $400,000 plus.
And the small town rallies behind one of its own.
The whole community was just littered with Truth for Carrie yard signs.
In DeKalb County, Alabama, detectives aren't buying the story that Carrie Willoughby furnished her stepfather, Junior Shaw, with drugs so he could deal with a bull on his farm.
Carrie said she signed out the medicine, took it to Junior, and then worried that maybe he committed suicide.
But by pulling up the photographs, you could tell that these were precise injections. These weren't something that somebody could do themselves.
And where are the drugs? Where are the syringes? It's the absence of evidence at that crime scene that is so suggestive that it's a homicide rather than a suicide.
Then, the pathologist submits her autopsy report on Junior's recently exhumed body.
She was able to eliminate other natural causes. Heart attack was eliminated.
There was a significant amount of drugs in the body. It was at different levels and different tissues, and there were very good, precise injection points to the veins.
So at that point, we were certain that the cause of death was the injection of the propofol and the becuronium. The exact cause was acute propofol intoxication.
Propofol, when it's administered, you go to sleep, and then becuronium paralyzes you. And you literally, if you can imagine your chest wall, your muscles in your chest, if you paralyze that diaphragm and chest muscles, you can't breathe. So if you put somebody to sleep with propofol and then administer becuronium, they just quit breathing.
For detectives, the report affirms that Junior could not have taken his own life.
If you gave yourself one of these drugs in one arm, you'd have been unconscious in seconds. There's no way he would have been conscious to then turn around, put a tourniquet around the other arm, and give himself the second injection. Either one of those injections would have stopped him from being able to perform the second.
That couldn't have been self-administered. Somebody had to do that. Junior was literally put to sleep. He was euthanized. It wasn't suicide. They ruled the suicide out. The death was ruled a homicide by the medical examiner, which is death at the hand of another.
The report also disputes one of Carrie's claims from the 911 call.
She said she had done CPR, which was dispelled by the doctors and the pathologist, that there was no bruising or any indication of that.
But the body had some bruising on it that indicated that he had been grabbed forcefully around both wrists and held. His wrists both bruised significantly.
Carrie Willoughby was the prime suspect. She's a nurse. She could deliver a shot in both arms perfectly and hit the vein without hesitation. She's already said that she was the source of the drugs that were used in a lethal injection to kill Junior Shaw.
The primary focus at that point was, if in fact she killed her stepfather, why would she have done that? And so at that point, we had to begin to develop a potential motive. We had to get the rest of the pieces of the puzzle together.
Detectives place Carrie's life under a microscope and subpoena her financial records. It doesn't take long to discover that she and her husband were struggling.
They were living well beyond their means. They had serious financial difficulties.
She was a binge buyer. She would go get a $500 credit card and max it out in 2 or 3 days, and then go sell everything she bought at yard sales for cash, and did that consistently over and over and over again.
She filed a bankruptcy in 2002 and had listed indebtedness of something like $140,000. And by 2007, when they filed again, the indebtedness was $400,000 plus.
When detectives subpoena Junior's financial records, they learn that Carrie tried to solve her money problems with Junior and Susie's cash.
They had put her over the business. She was actually the financial manager. She had access to those accounts and was placed in a position where she could siphon money off.
Carrie was on the books as one of the signatories for the Saddlery account. And when she started running into debt again, she did something called a chargeback. So whenever her personal account ran dry and a check came in that was bad, it would charge back to the Saddlery business account. So she was never going to have a bad check under that scenario. It would just drain out of her family's business.
As the investigation developed, we learned that she had gotten credit cards in her mother's name that her mother was unaware of. And because she was a financial manager, she was able to keep those hidden.
But not forever.
They had started getting phone calls from credit card companies and people wanting to know when they're going to make payments. They'd had enough. They were just going to basically write Carrie out of everything they had, and they actually went to the bank to take her off of everything.
That very day, Susie passed away.
It's really weird that the day they go change the bank account, she falls over dead at home.
Detectives learned that after Susie's death, Junior moved forward with trying to cut Carrie off.
He's taking steps to remove her from her positions of trust. He's shutting down her capability to move and transfer funds to her own benefit.
Junior's estate was valued at the time of his death at somewhere around $300,000 ballpark.
With the motive taking shape, investigators are now ready to issue an arrest warrant.
Carrie had got word that they was going to come arrest her, and she didn't want them to do that in front of her kids.
We let her turn herself in. Her lawyer brought her down and turned her in.
She was going to be charged with having murdered Junior for pecuniary gain, that is, financial gain or reward of some kind, which under Alabama law made it a death penalty eligible case.
As news of Carrie's arrest spreads through DeKalb County, many of her friends and family are outraged.
Her community was absolutely shocked. It was unbelievable to them that this was happening.
She still had an incredibly vocal support within the community.
They set up a Truth for Carrie website and Facebook page. It grew to almost 1,300 participants. During the course of this process, they had bake sales, they sold bracelets, they had fundraisers. In addition to that, they had yard signs. The whole community was just littered with something called Truth for Carrie yard signs.
A friend of hers started the Truth for Carrie movement and really got it going pretty big. She did a lot of interviews, was on a lot of news channels, and she had a lot of response out of it.
There were very few roads you could travel in this community where you didn't see a Truth for Carrie sign. It was pretty aggressive.
Carrie refuses to make another statement to police, but speaks to her supporters through social media updates.
She would get them to her husband, and then he would then upload this information to the Facebook page. There was not a time that she faltered in her innocence.
Carrie becomes a local celebrity, and she milks it.
Carrie is a very charming woman. She had pictures of herself made, and she autographed them and gave them to different members of the staff at the DeKalb County Jail. She said that when they made the movie about her, that she hoped they would get Angelina Jolie to play her.
She had no prior criminal history that we were able to find. She was able to portray herself in the community as a great mom and a great daughter. She was active in her church. She was involved in the youth program in her church. It was clear that the people that trusted in her, who loved her, who wanted to support her were seeking the truth that would ultimately exonerate her.
Coming up, Carrie continues to surprise investigators.
She was having a love affair with another murder suspect.
And will the former nurse manage to instill reasonable doubt in a jury of her peers?
It was a very intense moment.
In DeKalb County, Alabama, Carrie Willoughby stands accused of fatally drugging her stepfather, Junior Shaw. Many in the community refuse to believe it's true.
It was hard to convince some people that a young mother of small children who had just bubbly, outgoing personality could do something so evil.
I mean, they could not understand why this woman who was in church every time it was open, was very involved in her community with her kids. It was absolute shock how that could have happened.
More shock emerges when prosecutors get a hold of letters Carrie has written from the DeKalb County Jail.
We intercepted those and found out she was having a love affair with another murder suspect in jail who had yet to go on trial himself. She was sending very graphic, explicit letters. One of them she even titled the Freak Nasty Letter. She was very graphic in what she wanted to do.
I got copies. They would make you blush just reading them to yourself. Very intense letters.
For Carrie's attorneys, the letters pose a risk to her defense.
There were some theories under which I think some of them would have been admissible in the trial against her. And we didn't want that at all.
On February 8th, 2012, as Carrie's trial begins, the DeKalb County Courthouse is packed.
She had a large presence the day that the trial was to start. And we went all the way through picking a jury, seated the jury, and the gallery in that third floor courtroom was nearly full of people who had come to give her support.
You could pretty much cut the tension with a knife. It was suffocating.
With the jury seated, instead of opening statements, the prosecution and defense teams suddenly disappear into the judges' chambers.
Everybody goes into the back room, and I'm just kind of, I'm sitting, I'm waiting. And I notice the defense team come out.
Prosecutors emerge next. All eyes are on Carrie.
She had a segment of supporters there. And of course, she had been maintaining her innocence all along. She turned to the audience and said, "I'm sorry," mouthed, "I'm sorry," and turned around and said she killed her stepmom.
When she got up there and actually stood in front of Judge Raines and pled guilty, her supporters were astonished.
It was a very intense moment. There was crying, some gasping. People could not believe that that had just happened. Carrie lost a lot of friends that day.
By pleading guilty, Carrie avoids a potential life sentence.
Carrie could have gotten life without parole. So given, what we were facing, when we got a 20-year offer, we were just ecstatic. But Carrie took a little longer to convince.
As part of the plea deal, Carrie Willoughby admits that on April 22nd, 2008, she entered her stepfather's home armed with drugs that, as a nurse, she knew would kill him. She injected him with one, then the other, and waited for him to die. Prosecutors believe the motive was twofold. Carrie thought she'd inherit some of her parents' money, and she didn't want Junior to expose her embezzlement.
She expected to gain financially from his death, but alternatively to hide the financial crimes that she had committed against her stepfather. The fact that greed would motivate someone like that, and self-preservation would motivate her to do that. That's very sad.
Her turning around and saying, "I did this," was really the only way, I think, that peace could have been restored to that community, and she could be seen for who she really is.
In front of a stunned courtroom, the judge hands down Carrie's sentence.
A 20-year sentence, and she would be eligible for parole consideration after serving 15.
That's a long time for her to be without her kids and her kids to be without her.
It took nearly 3 full years to unlock the mystery and make a killer pay for a murder that was so well planned, it almost went undetected.
A sinister administration of a poisonous drug, an exhumation of a body 13 months afterwards, the inheritance of, it's got all the elements of a classic Southern thriller.
Carrie Willoughby had planned what we viewed as perhaps the perfect murder. But this puzzle developed, and as each piece came into focus, the pieces began to fit for us, and they fell apart for her.
On February 8th, 2012, Carrie Willoughby was sentenced to 20 years. She will be eligible for parole in 2025, when she will be 47 years old.
They were the perfect couple, living their golden years in a wilderness paradise.
People were drawn to her because of her smile, because she has kind of a giddy laugh.
Hard work was his mantra. You worked hard for what you wanted, and worked hard to get what you got.
They had a perfect marriage, a storybook marriage. They had the kind of partnership that other people aspired to.
But one frigid morning, tragedy will alter the rest of their lives.
911, what is the address of the emergency?
Coeur d'Alene.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
There's a dead body on shoreline.
Larry went below the surface and wasn't seen again.
Dark secrets lie beneath these icy waters.
I wouldn't suspect that this the whole thing just has to kill her.
I don't think you killed your husband.
I would kill myself before I'd hurt Larry.
This was a woman whose entire world, entire life was unraveling before her eyes.
How could I have been so stupid?
Why on earth would you take off? Why would you disappear? What are you doing?
It really made you stop and think, how well do I know my neighbor?
February 13th, 2018, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. A 4-season playground for residents and visitors alike, Coeur d'Alene offers a lush sanctuary for nature enthusiasts.
We have lakes, mountains, skiing, hiking, fishing, all the outdoor activities you'd possibly want.
The crown jewel of the region is Lake Coeur d'Alene, a vast and breathtaking expanse of water more than 25 miles long and up to 200 feet deep.
Lake Coeur d'Alene is what continues to draw people to the area. It is absolutely stunning every single season.
But on the morning before Valentine's Day, the serenity of Lake Coeur d'Alene would be pierced by a woman's cries for help.
911, what's the address to your emergency?
I'm on the lake, but I don't know where. My husband had a stroke and he fell over.
At 10:23 a.m., dispatchers at the Coeur d'Alene Police Department receive a panicked call from 64-year-old Lori Eisenberg about her husband, 68-year-old Larry Eisenberg.
She was reporting that she was out on Lake Coeur d'Alene and that her husband had possibly had a stroke and fallen overboard.
So you saw him fall off the front of the boat?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
I tried to grab him. I stripped and I...
Okay. All right, we're going to get through this.
She was obviously very distraught, somewhat panic-stricken, crying.
I can't find you. I can't find you. Lord
What's his name?
Larry Eisenberg.
Though Coeur d'Alene is a tourist hub today, this area is home to generations of proud loggers and mill workers. Larry Eisenberg spent a lifetime carrying on that tradition.
Larry was very active in the community. Old-time Coeur d'Alene person, you know, you'd be hard-pressed 20 years ago not to have known Larry Eisenberg from one function or another.
Born in 1950, Larry joined the logging industry after graduating from the University of Idaho with a degree in forestry.
The lumber industry in times past certainly drew a type of person. They were hard workers and hard players, really. They knew how to pick themselves up by the bootstraps. Hard work was his mantra. You worked hard for what you wanted and worked hard to get what you got. He wasn't the free handout sort of guy.
Larry met and fell in love with a woman named Anne in 1974. The couple flourished in the bucolic backdrop of Coeur d'Alene and had 2 children, Jessica and Dean.
They were the kind of folks that you could always count on when you were down. They were salt of the earth type of folks.
He was a loving father. He was a hard worker. He was the kind of person you would have loved to have be your neighbor.
I met Larry in the early, mid-'90s through the Chamber of Commerce. Everybody seemed to like Larry. Larry was one of those people that he always had a smile on his face.
Larry had been married for, I believe, as much as 29 years. There was difficulties in the marriage, and they stuck it out until their last child came of age, and then ultimately broke that off.
Soon after his divorce, Larry found his perfect match at the Coeur d'Alene Chamber of Commerce. A fiery blonde who shared Larry's passion for business, 50-year-old Lori Barnes.
She was good to people. I think that people were drawn to her because of her smile, because she has a kind of a giddy laugh.
Born in 1953, Lori Laval came from humble beginnings.
She came from a sect of the LDS religion. However, her father, according to Lori, often didn't have adequate funds, and they often stayed the night in farmhouses, basically didn't have a home to live in, so stayed where they could until they got caught and removed.
In 1973, when she was just 19, Lori married Stephen Barnes. The couple made building a family their top priority, and over the next decade, they had 6 daughters together.
I really felt like Lori was really all about family and all about doing the best that she could for all of them.
Citing irreconcilable differences, Lori divorced her husband in 1996. Shortly after, Lori made a bold move and left the church to be a single mother to her daughters. She found a new home in Coeur d'Alene.
I know that her daughters meant everything to her.
Lori began working as a self-employed liaison for city councils in the northern Idaho region, eager to prove that she was a formidable businesswoman.
She often facilitated group meetings or civic projects. She was very active in the community and very active in politics.
In 2004, 8 years after Lori's divorce, she settled down with newly single Larry Eisenberg, and their blended family didn't skip a beat.
By all accounts, they had a perfect marriage, a storybook marriage. They had the kind of partnership that other people aspired to.
By 2009, the Eisenbergs were pillars of Coeur d'Alene and bonded by love and family. They used their good fortune to give back to the community.
Larry ran the Fire Smart program here, which helped clear land and make sure that we could try to control wildfires.
Lori forged a different path as executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition.
The coalition purchases homes that have been foreclosed, hires contractors to renovate the homes, and then either sells those homes or rents them to low to moderate income buyers.
Lori and Larry lived a very comfortable life. I'd be hesitant to say they were rich, but because of where they lived, because of how they dressed, because of the travels that they made, because of the cars that they drove, they were living a lovely life.
The Eisenbergs were entering their golden years on a pink cloud. Until a cold day in February of 2018, when Larry Eisenberg suddenly disappeared into the frigid waters of Lake Coeur d'Alene.
The sheriff's deputies got there fairly quickly, probably within 15 minutes of receiving the call. They had arrived at Lori's location on the lake, where Lori was floating alone, distraught and crying.
Lori was a little banged up when first responders located her. She had a bloody nose. Her blood was found in various parts of the boat.
Lori Eisenberg said that she tripped and sustained the bloody nose during the time that she was running around in the boat trying to save Larry Eisenberg.
As first responders rushed to the scene, obviously they were hopeful that they would be able to find Larry, but due to the time of year and the temperature of the water, it was likely going to be a recovery rather than a rescue.
Coming up, the search for Larry Eisenberg intensifies as questions emerge.
The investigators began to take a second look at whether or not there was a potential motive there.
How much deception could be lurking just beneath the surface?
There was a newspaper article that morning where she alleged to have embezzled several $100,000.
It's one of those moments of shock. I remember just shaking my head and telling my husband, this just can't be. This can't be happening.
February 13th, 2018. Rescue teams are fanned out across Lake Coeur d'Alene, hoping to find 68-year-old Larry Eisenberg alive. According to his wife, Lori, the couple were on an early morning cruise when Larry fell overboard.
Coeur d'Alene Lake can be dangerous. Probably the most dangerous part of the lake at that time of year is the water temperatures.
I've been told that at the water temperature on that day, which was approximately 38 degrees, someone could only survive for maybe up to a minute.
You're going to succumb to hypothermia or drown or both.
With the search of the massive lake underway, Lori is transported to shore to give a full account of what happened on the boat.
They had gone out for a sunrise cruise to make their way down the lake to have breakfast at the Coeur d'Alene Resort.
Lori told first responders that Larry was looking at the motor. Lori went on to say that he suddenly straightened up and looked at her. And she said he just looked awful. He had this look of confusion on his face. And he collapsed and fell over the side of the boat.
He said something about the motor. He said the motor doesn't sound right. He just stood up and he sort of looked back at me and he just had this sort of blank look on his face. And so then I saw him sort of stumbling. I jumped up and I couldn't get it. I banged my head and I tried to grab him.
He leaned against the console and was experiencing what she described as stroke symptoms.
Lori Eisenberg indicated that she got up and tried to get Larry Eisenberg, to try to grab him in some fashion.
Where do you recall the blood coming from? My nose, and tripped. I don't know how I banged.
But you didn't recall seeing any blood on him, right?
No.
She was not able to reach him as he was falling or immediately after he fell.
Larry went below the surface and wasn't seen again.
Lori said that she wasn't able to call 911 right away because she had left her cell phone in the truck when they parked to go launch the boat.
She said that she couldn't find Larry Eisenberg's phone and believed that it may have gone into the lake with him.
I I just drove a guy, and I don't know. I didn't have my phone. I left it in the truck because I always forget it. And I thought his was in his pocket because he always has his phone in his pocket.
Unable to summon help, Lori continued to search for her husband.
She described going from log to log and driving around in kind of a fugue state for more than an hour before the motor gave out.
Lori told us that as she moved about the boat, she discovered Larry's phone wrapped in a blanket.
She eventually did make that 911 call from Larry's cell phone.
There is one detail of Lori's account that would only stand out to seasoned residents of Portland.
Hello. Yes, I'd be staying out of parties because everybody's like, it's so loud, I can't hear you. Why do you gotta listen to that? Well, I like listening to my podcast. Okay, don't you judge me. So I just been staying out of parties and listening to my podcast while doing this because it helps me to, get my mojo for these damn keys that I gotta get. I've been so busy doing keys, I don't really got time for my cell phone here. Has he been spawning in your bases for you?
There were points when she would have been able to see cars driving past on the road.
Yeah.
But at no point did she attempt to utilize any of those resources
Yeah.
to contact help.
That's good.
Despite the lingering questions, it appears to detectives that Lori is genuinely shaken by the events.
You've been craving. Yes. Yeah, so they say.
At this point, the investigators suspect Lori had foul play. By all accounts, their marriage was on solid ground. I wasn't aware of conflict between people, as I understood it as I thought it.
All right, let me put these dates up because I like to have the extra protection. Yeah, you should see my little setup down here, girl.
The very same morning that Larry Eisenberg disappeared, a startling predator.
All right, we are allies, right? Because that's the only way you'll be able to spawn in down here. Oh, then we're going to have to make an alliance, babes. So let me come to you first before you try to come down here. Uh-huh. Well, before you can even spawn in over here, to take a look at my little cool little ass base that I got over here.
There were accounting irregularities that were discovered by the accountant who was assigned to review the books for the more
Aww. My kitty cats? Yay! Just teleport over to Valhalla Volcano. It's that drop over there. V as in volcano. Valhalla. Yeah, VAL. Just type in VAL. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one with VAL. Drop. You can go to drop. I'll meet you over there in the drop one. Let me find my card chart, wherever I placed it at. If we're not allied, I'll be in there. I'll ally you really quick because it'll keep trying to push you out. I'm in here. I'm right here by the teleporter waiting for you. So once you come in, I'll just boom shakalaka you. How do you not have a full-grown cart yet? No, Almighty Domo said I'd love to come and help, but I don't have a full-grown cart yet. Oh, Thank you. Where are you? Are you in here? You're not a high mod either, moderate or the. Go to your tribe log. Does it say you're an admin? Why would that piss him off? You think it would piss? But he knows me. He knows me. I'm the only one in my tribe. I'm the only person here. Everybody's gone. They left me. They left me. So people were reading about that. Shortly after finding that Larry Eisenberg was missing, certainly had people talking. Everybody left me. I thought I would have won so. I had Maltier and Alpha. Maltier left, Alpha left, and I'm by myself. Yep, I'm by my widow Wilsons. Yeah, have you checked out the inside of this thing? Yep, my drakelings sit on top. I uncryo them up on top, and then I just run in and out when I gotta get a new drakeling and cryo up the drakeling that I'm done using, which I need to do right now because I got the full XP. I don't take the XP off anymore. I just leave the XP on them, deliver the drakelings with the XP on them. Person says okay, boom, bada bing, bada boom, and yeah. Yeah, if they're not paying for the drakeling, yes, they give them back at the end. But if they're paying for the drakeling, it's $150 per key. When they're not paying for the drakeling, it's $100 per key, and I just have to hope and pray that they give me the drakeling back when they're done. No shit. Yep. I'm working on a 300 key order right now. Yep. I have 130 something in there right now. Well, actually now 140. During the 2016-2017 time period, I'm not able to get into the bank account. My login has been revoked. I called the treasurer. We went down to the bank and found out that there were many checks being signed, and the signatures on the checks weren't necessarily authorized signatures. And that immediately pushed the friend exam. Aw. I love hearing her voice. It's so cute. It became clear to investigators the depth of the embezzlement when it was revealed an estimated $580,000 had gone missing. We determined there's a very big problem. No matter housing coalition has to suspend Lori for investigation. During the course of reviewing the documents and records, we did determine that forward office were either named in the alternative companies, have received funds. Over the course of the next 2 months, I am in regular contact with Lori, who's dodging my calls, and she's not anxious to talk to me. The final straw comes when Virginia Tate demands access to Lori's computer. You know what she needs to say? That's one mean daddy. I really wanted to get my hands on the computer because it had the email tracers, it had where Lori is clearly authorized the bank accounts, and has all the forensic trails to be able to she was the one that initiated the transactions. When Lori comes in my office, I talk her out of her computer. She is in tears. She knew she'd done wrong. Dawn was the woman who had well-kept hair, and put together and attended social functions. Goodness. That day looked as if she hadn't brushed her hair in weeks. Her skin was horrible.
Her clothes were unkempt. Whatever was so upset inside of her was rotting her from the inside out. With an indictment pending against Lori, police investigating Larry's disappearance tried to uncover how much Larry knew about Lori's financial
Okay, I'm gonna go get my other character some food and drink, and then I will meet you up there.
I just wanted to see if you guys had seen an article on the newspaper that was
Yeah. People are like, how do you have two characters in here? Well, I have two different PlayStations and two different, very different accounts. And I don't pay for a second PlayStation Plus. I just have it connected to. Yep. I have one as primary and the other one as a secondary. I bought me a new phone. Finally. So fucking happy because I'm so tired. Can I get in this bag, please? Please, please. Pretty please. It'll save me from losing food. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I don't even know how I died. Probably from thirst and hunger. No, I don't want to write a test. Text, if I can talk right. Yeah, I got I'm so happy to be getting rid of iPhone. It's actually going to my best friend. We call each other sisters, and her children call me aunt. I was up there the other day for her oldest daughter's graduation party, and I had promised her a long time ago that if she behaved herself, she would get my phone because she wanted a newer iPhone. I gave her like $46 for her graduation present. Said, you got another graduation present coming because I'm going up there next weekend to visit her. Or visit them. I'm going to spend the night up there. I have to go on a weekend too when Lily's going to be up there because I don't get to see Lily that often. Because every other weekend she's at her dad's. Alright, I'm on my way up.
About 2 weeks later,
Hello.
a resident called 911 because they saw what they believed to be.
Oh, nice. You did.
About 30
I
miles
like it.
south of Portland.
Right. Thank you. Get it? Okay. Okay.
Sheriff's office, dispatch officers
Okay.
confirmed in fact.
Okay. Okay.
What she had seen wasn't.
I will go put them in my incubator. If I can remember where home is. Oh, were you surprised that I changed my PlayStation name?
Larry Eisenberg is quickly identified. Larry's body is taken to an autopsy.
Yep, it is.
While investigators had hoped for a clear cause of death, what they did instead.
Yeah, but kind of liking the whole vibe of Vikings and all that. I've been doing some research, especially about the gods and goddesses and all that stuff. Yeah. Oh, if you want some top stat melee doggos, let me know and I'll breed my doggos for you. I got some top stat melee doggos. Come on. Let me in my. There it goes. Oh. I didn't say consume it. It made me eat one. Bad game. If it,
and then ultimately expired.
Made me eat one. That's horrible. Rude ass game, I swear.
2 weeks after his wife Lori reported
This is the,
Larry Eisenberg's body had been found on the shore of
I'll have to wait until they come out because I'm not going to be able to tell which
the
one.
coroner ruled out any drowning.
Alright, I got the breeding pair of what looks like black and green is what, monster?
Not until the toxicology results come in,
Okay.
the cause of death is finally revealed, and the results are red flags to investigators.
Alright, I got like 3 okay, so it's 2 different styles of monster I'm taking it.
A normal therapeutic dose would be between 100 and 1,000
And then
per milliliter.
looks like the one I might have accidentally ate
More than 7,000
was the black green. It's 79.3, 241, 1, and 224.
They become extremely dizzy, confused, and disoriented, and then ultimately expire as a result of it.
It's not monster. It was 79.3, 241, 1, and 224.
Clearly, this is not an accidental dose of Benadryl. This is a homicide.
This was a poisoning. This was not a drowning. Larry's body was disposed of in Lake Coeur d'Alene.
It's the Deadpool. There you go.
Full-fledged homicide investigation. We definitely realized that there was more to this story than what Lori was saying. There was only Lori out of the boat. Lori Eisenberg is the prime suspect.
And maybe one of the USA ones? I've only got one for the USA too.
Investigators circle back to the Eisenberg's friends and family.
For which one? The Deadpool one that I got was 79.3, 241, 1, and 224. So I don't know how that's Deadpool, but.
Family members say he would have been absolutely disgusted. So he would have
Another USA one?
Lori was a woman on edge. This was a woman whose entire world, entire life was unraveling before her eyes.
Alright, let me get back down to the drop.
Determined that between the time that she was fired and the time Larry Eisenberg was killed, Larry Eisenberg had canceled their subscription to Quarterly Press, the local newspaper. Again,
hey, I'll take a Tron too.
Indicated she was trying to avoid Larry Eisenberg finding out about what she had been doing. Should an article appear in that paper?
I'm gonna say, you bad girl.
Larry was to have found out that Lori was involved in some sort of a theft.
Going through everything.
He very likely would end the marriage. He would make sure that the wife was
yeah, you know why I brought my other character over here? Because I kept DCing or getting kicked out of the session when I was fucking doing the drops. And so I'd lose the drop, and I was like, I'm fucking done with this. And now that I've been bringing my character, and guess what hasn't happened? I don't really get kicked out anymore. I'm like, you bastards.
February the 13th, and found quite a few searches that
Yeah.
felt very, very suspicious and actually quite incriminating, to say the least. She was researching drowning deaths.
Okay. I'm back down at the drop.
It's her actions that speak loudly with regard to Larry's estate. At the time, the thought
But yeah, I've been selling keys like mad crazy, man. I've been getting keys, having to do 500 keys here, 300 keys there. Oh, I've been doing keys.
one of the first pieces I wanted to look at were wills and trusts.
Gonna have to apologize to these people because they buy a lot of keys from me, the ones that ordered the 300 keys again. And so I'm sorry I had go up to a graduation party for my niece, and
changes to the allocations of Larry's.
I believe I had a couple of doctor's appointments too.
Two his assets. She was reallocating it to.
Those are always fun. Oh, and I've been like kind of narcoleptic and not on game either. I mean in real life. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck has been going on, but I just fall asleep at the snap of a fucking finger, and I don't even feel tired either. I wound up waking up one time doing a drop and fucking lost my car chart, died, and everything. I'm just like, what the fuck?
By late May 2018, homicide detectives have a bevy of
No.
circumstantial evidence against Lori. But before they can file murder charges, Lori
I gotta call I gotta see my primary care. The other doctors that I've been seeing are like my specialists for my other health issues. Yeah, I see my primary every 3 months, so I'm not gonna bother calling.
I immediately wondered if she was going to be seen again.
The general reaction of myself and pretty much the community was that she didn't want a piece of music. The local newspaper, local media.
Honestly, I think I can survive that long.
This was certainly the talk of the newsroom. It was so
I need to
shocking.
fix this fence in there.
So disturbing, yet intriguing. People wanted to know what was going to happen next. On July 25th, after being missing for 4 weeks, Lori Eisenberg again captured the media's attention when she swept into her court appearance after surrendering to authorities. She had her hair done. She was very well coiffed and put together. She had this nice smile, her mug shot. She looked like she had been on vacation and not like she had been hiding from the law.
All right.
Doesn't that mean that she really was guilty of killing Larry? And why on earth would you take off? Why would you disappear? What are you doing?
Transmitter?
Coming up, a stunning allegation is about to bring the waters of court to the boil. The bombshell botched suicide claim was absolutely wild. It was incredibly dramatic, and I don't think anyone in the community saw that coming. How else would we put it? The angel and devil exist in the one room. After a brief time on the lam, former nonprofit executive director Lori Eisenberg.
Yeah, there's a Japanese dude down here this morning. I didn't like take away all killing his dinos while he was down here, but I stood outside my thing and killed him outside my little base thing and was just running inside my base and taking the XP with it. Yeah, right. And then he finished the drop and I went over and protected his ass and he gave me element. Right? All right.
5 years in prison for wire fraud and for theft
program.
But keep in mind, the embezzlement charges, that was only one piece.
Yeah, I'm gonna be taking down my Ragnarok base and moving everything over here, and then Aberration I'm turning into my Drakeling breeding base because it's fucking with my tame cap over here.
When Lori Eisenberg is formally charged with murder.
Mm-hmm.
But rather than face a jury, Lori makes a bold move and submits an altered plea. This means a person does not admit guilt.
So I'll be doing that on AB, considering all I do on AB anyway is go over there for events to tame other dinos, so.
Lori's sentencing is scheduled for May 24th, 2021. And when she has a chance to explain herself, the court is left in
tame cap.
I received the information and read the article with them come out the next day. I knew my time was up. I hadn't decided what to do.
Yeah. Hopefully this COVID event you'll be able to.
Was I going to tell Larry everything and just see what would happen? I didn't know. I was an emotional and physical wreck. I'm not trying to be lying.
Hey, just be lucky you didn't have to do it like us. We missed 2 days of the event. We couldn't play ARK for 2 days. Mhm. Mhm.
There's some sense of dissatisfaction with not knowing, not having a gun trial to discover what really happened. I so wanted her to have had some reason that this could have happened. And honestly, as I listened to more and more of it, I was sad, I was angry, I was confused, I felt betrayed. Lori told the court that she was responsible for Larry's death. She still had not intended to kill him.
When it had all those problems, I wound up just fucking playing on Red Dead.
The point of today is for me to admit I don't. If I would have that bottle in there, he would not have accidentally drugged it. That is my fault. I take total blame and responsibility for that.
She got to the end of her statement, and she makes a statement that she was suicidal and that Larry had accidentally consumed the juice that she had originally intended for herself that day.
How could I feel so stupid? The bombshell botched suicide claim was absolutely wild. I don't think anyone in the community saw that coming. She told the court that while she was asleep in the boat, Larry had somehow come upon this beverage.
Yeah, I've messaged Skunk a couple times and asked him how he was doing.
Kind of the shocking finale to a story that has had more twists and turns than likely any other case I'll ever cover. It's just unsettling that there's still so many unanswered questions. Didn't he taste something in the drink? Was he really alive when he got there? Was Lori really going to commit suicide? 67-year-old Lori Eisenberg.
Everybody needs a break, you know.
To garner leniency from the judge.
My breaks now.
Eisenberg's sentence was 30 years fixed, which means she'll actually serve 30 years before she'll be considered for parole.
My breaks from. My breaks will be going out of town going out of town more often. Because I told him I was going to start going up there, visiting them more. Yeah.
Judge Wayman stated that the community has seen good Lori and bad Lori, that the angel and devil exist in the one.
It's probably on hold for right now.
And I think a lot of people in our community believe she got exactly.
Because with the bills that I have right now, it's just too much on me to.
She went to not only to plan this
Probably next year, I believe it is. I'll be done paying everything off, and I'm not getting new stuff, so. Next year. Yep. And I'll at least see more progress, whereas right now I'm not really seeing any progress, so I'm just feeling like it's never going to get done, so I'm just like, yeah.
I think Larry Eisenberg will be remembered as a hard, tough, funny vlogger, a good guy whose life went way too soon.
Yep.
Four of Lori's daughters pled guilty to conspiracy charges for their roles in the embezzlement. All were sentenced to 3 years probation. Lori is serving her life sentence at Pocatello Women's Correctional Center. She will be eligible for parole in 2050.
And plus, there's the fact that they don't have the government housing open up right now down here. So I'm not gonna go down there without having, you know, knowing that I'm.
You can also watch full episodes on demand on the free
Server
ARK
save.
app or on Peacock by clicking the link in our description. Enjoy. She was a beloved pastor using her gift to help her congregation. She is a healer. God has given her a healer. She's able to see things that non-person won't see. She can go deeper into the spirit and of for the reversal of the attack, destroys her home and leaves her clinging to life.
You're too far underneath the dome. You have to go into the dome now. Motherfuckers. Oh, now you want to come out. Well, too fucking bad. I'm under the dome now. Fuck it.
To answer that question, investigators will expose the dark side of the seemingly devout couple and unearth secrets steeped in bitterness
Oh,
and
don't kill him more.
magic.
You really gotta stop and take a dump right now? Really?
Just overlook any kind of rationality that anyone may have had started. And a survivor comes forward with a story of perseverance and faith.
Fine, I'll go in this doorway since you want to boot me over here anyways, bastards.
Baker County, Georgia is a friendly public community where neighbors value the peace and quiet.
I don't think I brought enough empty cryo pods over here. I need to go grab some more. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to go grab 6 more cryopods.
The woman reported that the house that was next to her was on fire. And the police find out that for as little as 6 or 8 not her. Number half, I told him, I heard a lot of noise. He ran out the door to see what was going on. When I hit that corner, that's when I seen this. Ramona fears that her 69-year-old mother and local spiritual leader, Georgia Queen, detracted.
All right, dear.
I ran like half 2 times. This time was like that. I said about the 3rd time. And this is what I heard my mom voice. And when I turned around, she was laying down with her hand up. I seen blue. I seen a lot of blue. So I went to call 911.
You need a full-grown Karcher until yours grows up. Mm-hmm.
A lifelong resident of Baker County, Georgia Queen grew up on a small farm in a large family. My grandmother, she had 10 children. There was a lot of families there in the community, and the kids would get together and play. In her 20s, Georgia had 2 daughters.
There you go.
And Ramona.
As long as you have a Karcher, you can have. Just gotta make you a Karcher saddle.
For a long time. She raised 2 daughters on her own.
Yes, I got it. Another one inside my saddle. Wow. No, that's weapons.
Everything. It was necessary. You were raised by a strong woman. Much of Georgia's strength and the strength of her family stemmed from her religious faith.
That purple one. So I can make you a Ascended one if I have enough materials.
Number one in my mother's life. That's what she all like. Ever since I can remember, ever since I was a kid, we were in the church. And then when we moved out on our own, my mother continued to pay for it. And then she started wanting to participate, wanting to do more in the church. She started preaching in her living room. We would, most of everyone have homeschool and have church in their living room. And we just have not school church.
Wow.
My mother was the type of person who welcomed anyone to the church, no matter what religion you was. You need help, you just welcome to come to the church.
Through the church, Georgia met her second husband, Luke Griffin.
He called himself a pastor also. And so they were married, and the little congregation continued to grow.
Georgia is not only a pastor, but she does marriage counseling and other types of spiritual counseling.
She called herself a healer. A lot of people come to her for healing, and they come for her for counseling.
She actually had a place in her home specifically laid out to do counseling services. She had candles, the incense burning, all sorts of things to kind of make people feel comfortable.
Over time, Georgia's congregation became an extended family, but her relationship with her husband Luke began to falter.
Welcome back.
They got divorced probably around 2004.
Luke moved out of the house he shared with Georgia, but he didn't go far.
Even though so much he didn't even leave off the land, he stayed right there. He built himself a little house out there for himself, and he lived out there on the property. I moved my house there too, and my sister later on bought a house and moved there. All the houses are close together.
The land surrounding Georgia's home became a safe haven filled with family and friends. Until the morning of April 24th, 2017, when the pastor is found stabbed multiple times outside her burning home. As Georgia's daughter Ramona speaks to 911 dispatchers, family and friends begin gathering in the front yard of Georgia's house.
She finds her husband, Brad, her mom's ex-husband, Luke, and then she also finds Dolores and Tim Williams at the house.
Ramona immediately went for the group to help her move Georgia to safety.
She called for help, and Brad and Luke came her.
We didn't have that. They found out she was breathing.
All right.
They found out that the ambulance is going to take a while, so they just said, we've got to get her to the hospital as quickly as possible.
He rushed her to a Middle County Hospital.
Moments later, police and firefighters arrived on the scene.
Well, first responders arrived. The house is fully engulfed in flames. The fire department trying to put the fire out. By the time the fire was extinguished, the house was totally gone. The hard thing about arson investigations is the evidence is likely destroyed. And that's obviously something we have to prove that this was intentional. At this point of the investigation, anything possible. You have to keep an open mind and look at all these and follow everything through until you have a better idea of what happened.
Coming up, investigators try to get to know Georgia best and learn about a personal interest with alarming intentions.
He apparently hadn't accepted that they were divorced.
She was distracted.
He's all about a date.
For an unsettling admission or take the case into supernatural territory.
The jealous rage, she put a curse on him.
In Baker County, Georgia, 61-year-old Georgia Queen has been rushed to the hospital after being found outside her family home, the victim of multiple stab wounds.
My sister, Ramona, she called me at work today. And I had to kind of like get my head right to understand what she was saying to me. I said, I need to go to military hospital. Don't be hurt. I need to go there. I was like, I was in shock. I was just trying to stay
Yeah, I
strong.
forgot that it was Sunday today because I was like, oh, my phone comes today. Yay. And then I was like, wait, fuck, it's only Sunday. No, my phone isn't coming in today.
They were able to establish the fire was not an electrical fire, not hand. It sounded stove too long grease and caught the house on fire. On further examination, it was determined that the fire was started by means of celery. There was no question in this case this was intentional. Like the crime scene, we're trying to find evidence to suggest who committed the crime or how the crime was committed. In this case, we were interested in doing that because
That sounds like fun.
we began to sift through the debris in that area, arrested, and multiple knives were located. The knives were burned to indicate that they had been there when the fire occurred.
Once the knives are collected as evidence,
Already?
investigators head to the military hospital to check on the
Damn.
We talked to hospital staff.
Oh, yeah.
They're working to keep her, stable at this point, but she's in critical condition. She can't talk. And they're getting ready to transfer her out.
It's 80 degrees out here.
She had multiple strokes while she was in the hospital after the stabbing.
Stabbed 27 times. Quite frankly, looking at the condition that she was in, I didn't know if she was related. Considering the amount of knife wounds, definite attempt to kill with the window, not just a assault that occurs further.
When investigators asked the lawyer about who might want to harm Georgia,
I wish we had washer and dryers in our place in our places over here, but they don't give us that option. And where they do have them, I can't get to them because there's a thing to get like a bump to get, or like a ledge to get into them. I can't get over it with my chair, and it's a small tiny room with one washer, one dryer. Like there's no way for me to fit in there.
Investigators questioned Ramona about the thing. She believes that the couple has a complicated history.
You know how long I had to keep sitting there and begging them to bring a fucking, before I moved in, I had to keep begging them to put a fucking wheelchair ramp, and they were basically telling me I had to get it myself.
Sometimes it just don't work out. Mother and father separate, but continue being free.
Yeah.
He fairly much accepted that they were divorced, and he kept telling people they were together.
Luke's right. He's real strong. I'm just saying he's real strong. He's well motivated.
Investigators quickly turned their attention to Luke. They find him at the hospital.
When I finally did find somebody to put a ramp in, they were like, "Oh, we found a ramp. We put it down for you." I was like, "Wow!" So I went through all this work, and now you tell me you got a ramp. Great.
Separated, but still live essentially in the same area.
But Luke insists he had nothing to do with the attack on Georgia.
Nobody said New York was something good.
Luke tells investigators
New York is absolute shite.
around 11:30 a.m.
Luke and Brad were loading up scrap metal when they saw some vehicles in Georgia's yard, and they saw smoke coming from the house. Shortly thereafter, they were approached by Lenore Williams, who told them the house was on fire.
When detectives speak with Brad, he corroborates Luke's statement and confirms the two men have been together all morning.
Luke's statement was consistent with the scene as well as the Chandler man. We were able to rule Luke out as a possible suspect.
Investigators next asked the family how they know Dolores and Kim Williams and why they were at George's house.
Dolores and Kimberly Williams had gotten her formal blessings and some counseling. Through the marriage, she taught them, counseled them, anything they needed help with, she was there.
Oh, by the way, how did your surgery go? How's everything doing with you since the surgery?
Dolores and Kim had been seeing Georgia for a
Good.
while, and they showed up the morning that everything happened.
Kimberly and Dolores were there.
That's good.
And at some point, it discovered that they lost keys in the car. So they
I'm glad.
Now the TBI wants to talk to the two.
Oh, no.
So the issue of Ebola for Dolores and Kim Williams.
Talked over this. Talked about criminal investigations. Those first interviews.
Well, let's hope you don't have to go in for surgery for that.
As news of the attack on Georgia spreads, the community rallies around her family.
Mm-hmm.
The entire community is becoming aware of what happened. This was right near the Baker Miller
Gotcha.
County line. So now you've got Miller County getting involved in the Bola. You've got Baker County in the Bola. You've got the TBI in the Bola. And now the community, knowing what's going on, now they're invested in this Bola. And they want to Less than an hour later, Kim and Dolores Williams are spotted on foot, 2 miles away from Georgia Queen's house.
Mm-hmm.
The sheriff in Bell County actually was able to locate Kimberly and Dolores Williams at the cemetery, and so he ended up following them.
When the deputy attempts to speak with the couple, Dolores tries to walk away.
He seemed to be agitated, begging, very suspicious. According to the sheriff, which, of course, that sets off
Yeah.
right away when someone acts in such a suspicious manner when you try to find
Yeah, I had.
what they may or may not know about the
He says he's got to take a couple of tests.
At this time, they're in order.
Right.
However, they were being detained for further investigation so that we can figure out what's going on. One of the first things they wanted to do was get their side of the story. They interviewed these two individuals to see what they had to say about the fire, who might have started,
Yeah.
they might have seen.
I sent a picture of my leg, 2 pictures of my leg. One when it was when it's not swollen, and one when it's swollen. And she's like, "Yeah, I could tell that it's swollen up, and it can get worse." And she's like, "That it's pretty bad when it's swollen up." And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Do you have any compression socks?" I was like, "No, but I can buy some." She's like, "I'd like you to try out some compression socks and see if that helps." Because I'll tell you what, my leg can get pretty fucking swollen. When it swells up, it feels like it's gonna split open. Mm-hmm. Very uncomfortable. And I don't know what's causing me to swell up like that either. And it only happens at night. Weird, isn't it?
On April 25th, 2017,
Yeah.
investigators sit down with Dolores.
Come here, funky Rex. No, get away from that drop. You're not going towards that drop. Who said you could go back towards that drop? No. Oh, you know what my cat likes to eat? My oldest one? He likes to eat coffee-flavored ice cream. I bought this ice cream from the store, and it tastes like a mocha ice cream, and he was licking it out of my bowl. He's like, I was like, bro, that's my ice cream coffee there, sir. He's allowed to have whatever he wants. He's my baby, though. I have to give it to him. He's my baby. Yeah, I just went up to the res recently, and I've spent like $230 at the res. I bought like 20 vape pods because I was out almost. These will last me a few months.
It said there was a black male that went into the house and left, and that's when the fire started.
I cannot wait to get this new phone tomorrow. Mm. Mm.
He tells investigators he and Kim have been together for the past 4 years.
My mom met Lenore through social media. He told her that he had been watching her for years. Because Lenore actually used to hang around my cousins on my dad's side. So I did see her a lot. She was at my great grandmother's house.
At the time, Kim was a single parent with a teenage daughter and an infant son. A year into their relationship, Lenore said Kim had a baby of her own.
Lenore was actually a child construction worker. He was out there, stop that, and just be home all the time to be around his family. He gave me the stepmother that me and my little brother need in our life.
In June 2018, Lenore and Kim got married. Lenore took a job at a solar company in Bainbridge, Georgia.
We love him. She loved him. They was loving their couple. I'm like, okay, so this is what it's gonna be for them. I just think it's gonna be a baby.
But just when it seemed like the family had achieved happily ever after.
But yeah, it's gonna be pretty good getting out of the house again. And I would have stayed the night last night, but her mom was there, so. And I wanted to fucking cuss her mother out yesterday. Oh my god. Because she doesn't even like her own mother. She just bears it though, because the kids, even though her mother treats one of her kids really horribly. It's her youngest daughter that she treats like that. Her mother treats like shit, and me and her are always talking about it, like when we're by ourselves and shit, and we talk about it, like we don't understand why her mother treats her like this. You're supposed to act like the grandparent. You're supposed to love them all. You're supposed to want to spend time with them and shit like that. You're not supposed to be treating them like shit. You're supposed to act like their grandmother. Grandmothers are like the ones that want to sneak and give them candy and shit, Not bitch and moan at every little thing they do and treat them like shit and make them cry all the time. It is. I mean, I'm gonna call her my sister because that's we call each other anyways. My sister sent her in to get something for her, and my sister's mother started yelling at her for no fucking reason. Told her to get the fuck out of the house because she was getting in the way when she was told to go inside the house and get something. But she won't yell at any of the other kids for going in there. She sent Stanley in there. Stanley went in there with no issues. Came back out. He didn't get yelled at. Mm-hmm.
and put a curse on Mr.
Very wrong.
One of the reasons that Dolores knew what the Stevens is because the religious doctrine of roots. In order to have a curse lifted, you have to have a religious leader
Pisses me off.
or established and the original curse on. So we as a community, you should have.
How am I always running out of food and water? Well, drink. Food, drink. How? How?
They were paying her money for prayers and various mixtures of potions or herbs to help get the athletes off of you. She did that, and if that were a problem, we came to time when we got people no problem, for good news. You know, go through the woods one way back in the Lamorse didn't feel that Georgia's services were helping him in any way, and was angry at Georgia for not helping him properly.
One of the things that go along that we always do is establish motive, opportunity, and needs. What established the motive? Because they basically were mad, thought disagreed, swindled them out of money, and she had not given blessings. They deserved for getting her cast.
Coming up, we've got suspects in focus. Lovers will turn against each other.
Okay. I never felt your vote. We never said something like that. But you know the truth, right? So why don't you tell me the whole story?
And the captivating purpose sets the record straight about what really happened.
It changed the whole vibe.
After the brutal stabbing of 40-year-old Georgia Queen, investigators learned that Dolores Queen swore having refused to hold her. When the interviewers were killed, she provides them with a noticeably different version of events.
What happened when you get the this woman's house?
She advised that the boss tells her he wants her to ride with him. She had had a headache, taken a couple of Benadryls to ease her off. She was drowsy, had been asleep, got the vehicle, slept on her way there, didn't really know where they were going or what they were doing.
They got Georgia's, and she was basically napping in the car and doesn't really know what happened. So you go to sleep, you're back to sleep, what happened? You wake back up.
When I was born, I'd be like, my own life. You know, I'd be like, like, you know, just not that I always don't look for a lot of and I know we had rain and you know, I don't have to look for all like I'm not sure what I happen. You know, when I was not to enjoy that kind of Kim offers no corroboration for her husband's story about seeing a suspicious man on the vehicle. The only man she places at the scene of the crime is her husband, Dolores. The large man,
Don't go in that house. Right?
the large man, and I knew that man was the house. When I looked at that, I told you,
Right?
no.
Well, then now let's talk truth. Tell me what really happened. I know you did. But I also know that you were in that house, right? Yes. Yeah, but you were in the house, weren't you? Kim? Kim, you still have a broken truth?
I don't know.
She just kept saying repeatedly, that's all I've got to say, that's all I've got to say. So we terminated here.
Authorities hold both suspects in custody while they continue to gather evidence.
I obtained a search warrant to search Kimberly first, we found a notebook with some writings about Georgia Green. The writings seem to be aggressive or angry in nature towards Georgia. We also found a discount store receipt where a knife and a roll of duct tape was purchased earlier on the morning of the day of the incident.
Investigators followed up with that receipt and got video from that discount store.
What sound?
Remorse, purchasing duct tape and a knife. And this relates back to the knife found in the house fire.
I actually purchased the same knife that Morris purchased, and the knife that I purchased was later compared to the knife that we recovered at the fire scene, and the knives were visually similar in size and shape to each other.
Investigators confront Dolores Williams with the new evidence.
Here's from you, so you can tell me, if something you get frustrated or what's explaining, then that's fine. That's now we want to get all about this talking about getting about right. That's fine.
The shotgun evidence in purchasing the knife and duct tape. He started to change his story from no involvement to yes, he did go now.
Dolores claims that he had gone to Georgia's house to confront her about the cost of her services.
Okay, what have you been on the $75? It was how we pay $150 on that. So we got one out. We want to go back and add something to the hospital. We only, like you said, you and like it's very long to get your car. And that's you want to do is she would do it. She didn't have to get all of them. Georgia explained that they could start over the healing process, but it would require another monetary fee, which Dolores Kimberly didn't have. Things in the room escalated, and an argument ensued. Dolores described the chain of events as Georgia being more aggressive, and that Georgia attacked him, therefore the staff moved himself. Why do you take a knife to the table? About $3. So people are and what we use the knife for. Bring that you charge the food. So I'm not that now.
He did say he took the knife in his pocket, that he had the duct tape in his breeches when he went into Miss George's house, and that whatever happened there, he had done in self-defense, and that Kimberly was not part of it.
Lord, I appreciate you coming to me with some of this stuff, but I still don't want to tell you the entire truth. And that's what I'm here is to, I'm saying we're here to collect facts. I'm saying it's true. What you tell me is still not accurate.
Investigators shift the focus of the conversation to Kim Williams.
Talking to Dolores, it was very clear that he was deeply devoted to Kimberly and that he would do things for her. And one of the things that he explained to me was Kimberly didn't share that devotion. You and I both know that there's more to this. As far as her knowledge, I have told her. She told me looking for her.
Investigators played a portion of one of Kimberly's recorded interviews where she was laying blame on the noise.
Okay. Good. When we played the portion of the recording from Kimberly's end, Norris
completed that. What is that? He was upset by how Kimberly talked to us, and ultimately Dolores decided to leave.
He told her she did take part in stabbing Miss Georgia. She knew what they were going to do when they went there, and that she was involved much more than Kimberly let on she was involved.
One of the deals that you go over there, you make you dead. Kimberly seems to be the driving force behind this whole incident. She seems to be the one that has the control and manipulation over Dolores.
He was so wrapped up in all this and believed that Miss Georgia was creating problems between he and Kimberly, but he did not want to lose Kimberly, so he did whatever Kimberly thought they should do to resolve the problem. And they went there planning to do harm to Miss Georgia.
Despite Dolores' claims that his wife stabbed Georgia, Jim maintains her innocence.
Kimberly says that it was Dolores' idea, it was his plan. At this point, it's partially he says, she says scenario.
Investigators arrest both suspects on a charge of attempted murder. But they still don't have a clear understanding of what happened to Georgia Green on April 24th. Then, on May 8th, her family's prayers are finally answered.
I slept for 8 days. I woke up. They said that was supposed to be up to whatever. But it's never dawned. But I got so much faith. You know what I'm saying? I got so much faith in the Lord that He would deliver me.
2 weeks after she was attacked and left for dead in her burning home, 61-year-old Georgia Green miraculously recovers, and police are finally able to speak with her.
Once we learned that frequency had been removed, myself and investigator group and
All right, dear.
to attempt to interview Georgia, she was able to give us a lot more details and explain more what happened.
Okay, dear. You too, darling. Nice talking to you again.
And they showed up. When they came in, I told myself, I was like, hey, how are y'all right now? And he's saying, well, he was sometimes see how you doing. I said, he's doing good like that. And the girl said that he was going off. And then he jumped up and grabbed the phone off my head. And he went to hit me. On the head with it. He said, where the money, bitch? And I said, I don't have no money here. I stood up. And when I stood up, she come out with a knife. She stabbed me around the neck, in my back, close to my heart, anywhere she could stab me. And so I fell on the floor. When I fell on the floor, I got up on the desk. They thought I was dead. They were pulling all the paper and stuff out my drawer, throwing everything all over the floor. They were just throwing stuff, cussing one another. And he told me, he said, get gas. They sprinkled gas all on the walls, everywhere, all the glass, everywhere. Cold gas all over me. So they went in, they lit it up. It was burning.
After Lenoris and Kim fled her home, Georgia realized she didn't have much time.
A lot of people don't understand how I got up. It had to be God. It had to be God. And when I did behind the house and I sit down, I ain't said nothing. I just, sit there in a spot.
As with anything, there's still unanswered questions. But as far as who is the person or people that assaulted Georgia, it was clear that it was Lenoris and Kimberly.
When I do my counseling, I take a look at my family, not looking at, the bad side. I look at everybody. And that would really bother me, is how good I was to them. And that's how they repaid me.
Lenoris and Kim Williams are both indicted for attempted murder, aggravated assault, and arson. They face 60 years in prison. Then, on January 26, 2020, one day before Lenoris Williams' trial is set to begin, a surprising new development unfolds.
Lenoris decided to enter a guilty plea. He was not given any promises of leniency. He entered what's called a blind plea, which means that he admits to the accusations, and it's up to the judge to sentence him. Part of the agreement was that Lenoris would give a full debrief of what happened and agree to testify against Kimberly.
Faced with the news that her husband has turned against her, Kim Williams enters her own guilty plea the very next day.
Miss Williams had to admit that she did, in fact, stab and burn down the house of Miss Green. So that was one great thing about the plea, was she had to finally take responsibility. After we were able to look at all the evidence, it became pretty clear that Kimberly couldn't do it without Lenoris, and Lenoris couldn't do it without Kimberly. And both of them had such strong religious convictions and beliefs in this roots that it just overtook maybe any kind of sense of rationality that either one of them may have had to start with.
In the end, they each got 40-year sentences. Lenoris, I think, was genuinely in love with Kimberly. I think he wanted that relationship to continue, and when Kimberly told him it was over unless she solved this problem with Miss Georgia, it induced him to do as she said, and go buy a knife and duct tape and get gas to burn the house.
I believe that Lenoris did do everything, and she was dragged into it. If my mother did have a part of it, I believe that he forced her.
This whole incident is completely senseless and tragic. Georgia, lost her home. Georgia lost some of her physical abilities to do things due to her injuries.
My mother had, in the beginning, she had bad days, and she had some good days. But she kept praying and built the street was going on. A lot of people wouldn't have survived what I went through. What I went through, they couldn't even made it out of that fight. And that's why I say I'm blessed to be, be able to overcome, to be able to walk again. And I'm still counseling people. And that's why I say I'm blessed. I hope that I'll be able to go on with my life and continue to do the will of the Lord and keep on being blessed while I am living.
She was a woman who built a life around helping others.
She went to school to be a nurse. She was really family oriented.
She was a powerful woman, very pretty and very pleasant to talk to.
Until a brutal crime would leave her widowed, not once, but twice.
You have two cases, both homicides, both where her husband.
In search of answers, police uncover a tangled web of violence.
He suffered severe head wounds, numerous head wounds.
He was lying on the floor, blood everywhere.
And at the center of it all was a forbidden love.
She had portrayed this to be an open relationship.
She didn't love him, he didn't love her.
When I found out that they got married, basically it was like, holy shit.
In the end, the trail of blood would lead to the ultimate betrayal.
Things flipped, and all of a sudden he's now charged with murder.
I just think that's incredible. That's ridiculous. She's that vindictive.
7th, 1987, in Araby, Louisiana, a frantic 911 call comes into the St. Bernard Parish Dispatch at 3:30 p.m. from a distraught woman named Ann Gates, who has just discovered a grisly scene.
Ann Gates says that she just found her husband deceased in their home.
Ann hadn't been to her house in days. Ann had an unusual living pattern. She would spend a couple of days living with her husband and then a couple of days staying with her parents.
She would come and go. She had access to the house. She stayed there a couple of days a week.
Ann tells police that she has no idea what happened, but her husband, 65-year-old Raymond Gates, is inside and covered in blood.
When I arrived on the scene, Ann Gates was standing in the front yard.
With her was a friend of hers named Richard Newt. He was a security guard at the hospital where she worked as a nurse.
When you first walk into the house, the TV was blaring full force. He was lying on the floor, blood everywhere.
Raymond suffered severe head wounds.
It appeared from the rigor mortis that he had been dead for several days.
At that time, 1987, in Araby, it was very rare to have any violent crime.
Because this is a low crime area, it's important to start close in and then work your way out. Figure out what was going on in the victim's relationships in his life.
For Raymond Gates, life began in Omaha, Nebraska in 1922. One of 3 children, Raymond and his mother Pauline had a special bond.
My Uncle Raymond was very, very close to his mother. There was no guessing that he was her favorite child.
The family eventually moved to Idaho, but when World War II broke out, Raymond and his brother joined the Navy. Raymond found his true home when he was stationed in Louisiana.
Both of my uncles were in the Merchant Marines. My Uncle Raymond ended up in New Orleans. He fell in love with that place, and so he stayed there. It is party time all the time when you are down there. And my uncle liked to party.
After the war ended, Raymond needed to find a 9-to-5. With a natural talent for numbers, he eventually earned an accounting degree and found a job at a local shipping company.
He was an accountant. Tidewater was a relatively small company, so he was kind of on the ground floor of a company that is now global.
Raymond earned a reputation for having his hard work matched by his kind nature.
In the years I've worked with him, even through the mistakes I've made, I've never once heard him raise his voice or seen him get mad, ever.
In 1960, Raymond was ready to settle down with the love of his life. He married his longtime girlfriend, Face Bow, who Raymond affectionately called Frex.
Frex was vibrant and beautiful. They loved each other. They had fun. It was a great relationship.
After only 11 years, their beautiful life together was abruptly cut short.
Frex had an aneurysm and died suddenly and was found by my uncle. And she died at home. He was devastated.
Raymond did his best to overcome his grief by frequenting the local bar and making friends. But he still wished for a woman in his life. And in 1978, it pushed him through when he met vivacious 28-year-old Ann Gates.
Raymond and Ann had met in a bar. His wife was died in the room.
They were both widows. Ann had been married when she was in her 20s to a man up in Indiana. He had passed away unexpectedly, suddenly, and because of that, there was a quick bonding that she had with Raymond over the loss of his spouse.
Ann Gates was born in Louisville, Indiana on May 29, 1949, to a blue-collar family in America's heartland. Anne's
mom and dad was grown. I don't guess she was really family oriented when she got. But being an only child, she got away with a lot of stuff.
After growing up in a tight-knit family that took care of their own, Anne decided to pay it forward by caring for others.
She went to school. Being honest, she went to St. Anne's in South Carolina.
In September of 1977, Anne met and fell in love with David Queen. But sadly, less than a year later, in 1978, David died under suspicious circumstances. And shortly after his death, Anne moved her parents to a beautiful home an hour outside New Orleans, hoping for a fresh start. Those are 5,000 square
Just
foot home
tired.
out in the country outside Pickens, Mississippi. When I first met Anne in 1987, Anne was a powerful woman, very pretty and very pleasant to talk to, but very intimidating because she had such large shoulders and long, skinny legs. Even though she had a budding nursing career just over the Mississippi state line in New Orleans, Anne craved a romantic connection. And when she met 55-year-old Raymond Lee, she was instantly drawn to his gentle disposition. He was the most gentle man. Old-fashioned, open
health-wise, I've been just falling asleep even when I'm not tired.
Despite a 26-year age gap, in December of 1978, Anne and Raymond decided to get married and start a new life together after only a few months of dating.
Coffee doesn't help.
With Raymond was a very quick one. She married him less than a year after the passing of her first spouse.
Don't take any minutes.
Not anything you wanted. If he could, he did.
In the early 1980s, Raymond built a beautiful house for Anne just outside New Orleans in Louisiana. The newlywed
I can't get pregnant.
family and friends, including Anne's longtime pal from Indiana, Tim Conwell.
Tim Conwell was a high school friend of Anne's who was a fixture like throughout her life. And it wasn't uncommon for him to show up at different periods of her life.
Even though he was in the clothes.
Yes, we're going over there.
And the twins, they were really worried about being to have a good guy. Like a guy.
But on the afternoon of October 7th, 1987, after 9 years of marriage, Anne Bates had become a widow once again, having just discovered Raymond brutally murdered in their home. He had been apparently bludgeoned to death. He suffered severe head wounds, numerous head wounds.
On closer inspection, there was no evidence of any forced entry. The windows were closed, the doors were essentially closed. Anne had only opened one to discover Raymond's body and report it.
Later, when he entered the house, it was there appeared to be a number of
detectives honed in on the potential murder weapon.
Looking at the lacerations, looking at the fractures to Raymond's skull, investigators were able to make a determination that it was a long, thin instrument that caused these injuries.
There was a fireplace set that they would use. The fireplace open itself.
I'm listening to a podcast.
An inconspicuous clue indicating when the crime may have occurred.
On the TV stand, the TV guide was still open to the date of October 3rd, and there was blood stains on the TV guide.
With the date of the crime believed to be on October 3rd, detectives must now speak to Anne to establish the last time
Start that falling asleep again.
After we evaluated what went on in the house,
Talking to myself.
and I spoke to the wife. She said she was there September 3rd.
Yes, because I started falling asleep again.
3 days before the event.
Well, are you the one that's falling asleep? No, you're not.
She was well lighted.
Shut up.
He had no enemy. She doesn't know why anybody would do this to him.
She tells police that Richard Hughes was escorting her home when she discovered her husband's body. While Richard appears to be a friend from work, Anne reveals there's more to that story that instantly throws up red flags. Anne portrayed their marriage to be an open relationship.
The fact that Anne showed up to this crime scene with her boyfriend, a crime scene where her husband was discovered murdered, is certainly going to get the attention of investigators.
Coming up, investigators delve into the love life of Anne Gates. Richard Reed was quite a nervous guy that has some hard starts fall with the murder of Viking Queen. And the investigation will reveal a disturbing pattern. In her statement, she said she was tired of being called Black Widow. October 7th, 1987.
I only use my card chart and it works just fine.
St. Bernard Parish deputies are investigating the murder of 55-year-old Raymond Queen. Of interest to police is the fact that Raymond's wife Anne found the body while her lover Richard Hughes waited outside.
Raymond was older than Anne, and Anne explained that she had an open relationship with him and was having relationships on the side with other people.
No, I gotta finish up a 300 key order.
With their sights set on Anne, detectives asked her and Richard to the station for further questioning.
We also expect
I've done 500.
there's no 14 we were started with whoever lived in the house. So they have access to that house.
Anne claims she hasn't been home since September 30th, 3 days before the murder was believed to have happened. And her explanation for her absence is tied to her unorthodox marital arrangement. Anne explained that she lived a couple of days a week with her husband, Henry Freeman, and a couple of days a week with her boyfriend, Richard Natalie, and she lived a couple of days a week with her parents in Viking Queen, Mississippi.
She was 2 days here, 2 days there, 2 days over here. Seems like she was never alone.
She really offered no explanation as to why. This is the way she lived.
Amy had been married for approximately 8 years, and she did just pretty much whatever she wanted to do, and Raymond was okay with it. First time that she met other people, and she would be gone a month ago, whenever she wanted to go back home, Raymond would take her back.
Apparently, Raymond was okay with the nature of this relationship. Anne was significantly younger than Raymond. She claimed that she loved him, but she also clearly wanted to spend time with other people.
According to Anne, at the time of his murder, Raymond wasn't seeing anyone else. Detectives asked Anne where she was on October 3rd. Her story was that she had been staying in Natalie and that Raymond called her to tell her that he was going to be out of town for a couple of days. Anne says she told Raymond she would come by the house to pick up her mail before he left, and she claims that was the last time she spoke to her husband. Detectives turned to Richard Root to see if his story lines up with Anne's. Richard Root was a security guard at the hospital where Anne worked as a nurse. Woodside Hospital in Natalie. He was quite a nervous guy. I don't know if he was always nervous or if he was nervous by the time he
Viking Queen.
the police. Like Anne, Richard is asked about his whereabouts on October 3rd.
The one.
He didn't have a car, and if he needed to go somewhere, he would call Anne, and Anne would either take him or give him her car and pick it up later.
One important detail from Richard's account is consistent with Anne's.
Raymond knew everything that was going on. He knew she was sleeping with Richard.
Despite claims by both Anne and
It's in your
Richard
chat.
that Raymond was aware of their romance, investigators have to question the authenticity of their statements.
Richard was clearly a person of interest based on the nature of his relationship with Anne. Could this possibly be a situation where he came and had a confrontation with Raymond, and he was actually the perpetrator of the crime?
But as investigators continue to press Richard, he doesn't come across as a calculated killer driven by jealousy.
To him, it was just somebody to sleep with a couple days a week. She didn't love him, he didn't love her.
He was very, very nervous, but not in a way where it appeared that he was trying to hide anything. When Dustin's he could probably know
The dead body of a murder victim.
I think his behavior was typical of someone encountering a body or a murder victim.
And Richard both claimed they had been at work on October 3rd. Until they can check their alibis and with nothing concrete to hold them on, detectives let Anne and Richard go free. They then reach out to family and friends of Raymond's to gather more information about their victim.
I was told what happened, and it was brutal. It was like a crime of anger
and hatred.
And it devastated my grandmother. He never seemed like a guy that would have enemies. Who laid back, jovial, happy.
Here you have significant blunt force trauma to his face area. And those wounds are pretty up close personally. This is a perpetrator that's highly motivated in order to inflict these severe injuries.
While detectives continue looking for leads, Raymond's family begins to make funeral arrangements. But there is one voice that is noticeably absent from its involved.
If they were married, I don't know why I was doing funeral arrangements because she should have been, she was not dead or doing any of that.
Word of Anne's absence in planning her own husband's funeral gets back to investigators and piques their suspicion.
That's really telling from an investigative standpoint, not what you would expect from somebody who's actually grieving the loss of their spouse.
But before they can follow up with her, a coworker of Raymond's contacts police and fills them in on the circumstances of the death of Anne's first husband 9 years earlier.
During the investigation, there was a witness who showed up by the name of Heather, who had information about Anne's first husband who had been killed. And she said that it was an unsolved case in Indiana.
Anne had told me, did Raymond tell you I was married before? And I said, no. And she said, well, my husband died, and we're still trying to figure out why. We don't know why. He died.
Here you have a situation where Anne was married not once but twice, and both husbands end up getting murdered. And that's really telling. And because of that, we in the business of investigating and prosecuting homicides don't believe in coincidences such as that.
Coming up, details about Anne's first marriage create a damning portrait of a femme fatale.
David's body was discovered on a rural road. He had been shot execution style in the back of the head.
The authorities in Indiana thought Ian had something to do with it.
And a familiar face in Anne's life gets sucked into a hurricane of accusations.
The cops talked to me several times, and I was actually a suspect.
As investigators continue working the murder of Raymond Gates, they've just discovered a shocking fact from Raymond's coworker about his wife Anne's previous marriage.
During the investigation, we learned that her first husband had been killed. Then I started asking questions about the first husband, Louis David Poole. He lived in Indiana, and it was Rush County. So I called the Rush County, Indiana Sheriff's Department and spoke to the sheriff.
When investigators learned that Anne's prior husband had also been murdered, that's extremely telling. It's not coincidental normally, and this is something that required probing.
Indiana police relay that the homicide occurred less than a decade ago on the night of May 28, 1978. There were no witnesses, no arrests were ever made, and it remains an open case.
David and I were close to each other. When I got the call from Dad about David, he said I needed to sit down. He proceeded to tell me in a moment that David had been killed, shot. I was at a loss for sure. Life was never going to be the same without him. David was younger than me by a good bit. It's heartbreaking.
David's body was discovered on a rural road.
He was killed in 1978. He was shot with a .38 revolver twice in the back of the head. The execution stopped. There was very little evidence. There would be no shell casings because it's a revolver, and the revolver had not been recovered.
How David Plew ended up on a rural road in Indiana where he was murdered is still a mystery, but all indications are that he was going to meet someone. We don't really know who or why.
Indiana police investigated every possible scenario, including a loose theory that this may have been a drug-related shooting.
They were wondering whether there was drug dealing or something going on, but David certainly didn't do drugs. He didn't smoke. He didn't drink.
Like Raymond Gates, David Plew also served his country, and after his time in Vietnam, he got a job as a factory worker at Chrysler.
David worked at Chrysler plant from the time that he got back from Vietnam till the time of his death.
The Indiana sheriff tells investigators that their suspicions were raised when they spoke to David's widow, Anne.
She was in the hospital recovering from an elective surgery, so she had a pretty good alibi to cover herself. But it appeared that the Indiana authorities didn't trust that she was not somehow involved.
And profited from the life insurance of the death of her first husband, David. Perhaps that was the motive for why she might have him killed.
While the murder weapon was never found, police have an idea about where it may have come from.
Investigators continued to look into the .38 murder weapon. Interestingly, they found a news article where Tim Conwell had described a theft of a .38 out of his vehicle about a year prior to David's murder.
Had Anne stolen a gun from her longtime friend Tim Conwell to be used in the killing of her first husband, David?
Without the recovery of the actual murder weapon, there's really no way to say definitively whether those two things could be related.
Since Anne had an ironclad alibi, Indiana police believed someone must have helped her, and their theory points to one of Anne's closest allies.
Ann Gates and Tim Conwell were the prime suspects in it.
They learned of her relationship with Tim Conwell because of Tim Conwell's relationship with Anne. He became, I guess, what you would say, a peripheral suspect.
The cops talked to me several times, and I was actually a suspect. They never arrested me. They didn't have anything on me. As far as I know, the case is still open. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not a suspect or anything else.
Shortly after David's murder, Anne, his wife of less than a year, made sure to take care of one piece of business before leaving Indiana for Louisiana.
When David was killed in 1978, he worked at Chrysler factory, and he had a $100,000 insurance policy on it.
The beneficiary was our mom. Evidently, Anne did not like that. So David changed the name of the beneficiary from mom to Anne. Once it was changed, David was gone. She got the proceeds fairly quickly and went on her merry way.
Investigators in Louisiana look into the possibility that Anne had gained financially from Raymond's murder as well. And they quickly learn he did in fact have a life insurance policy worth $82,000.
By all accounts, Anne was fairly materialistic, and here you have a situation where Raymond was giving her lavish gifts, building her a home.
And it still wasn't enough. She was a very greedy person. She liked material things.
So one might wonder, well, if she's getting everything she needs from Raymond anyway, what could be the motive? And my response to that as a homicide prosecutor is greed is often the motive.
Investigators still lack physical evidence of Anne's possible involvement, but when they get a crucial tip from a mailman about her whereabouts the day of her husband's grisly murder, it gives them the break they need.
The mailman had came forward and he informed the investigation that he had seen Ann Gates' Cadillac, white in color, in the driveway on October the 3rd, 1986.
Coming up. With Anne in detectives' crosshairs, she finds a convenient scapegoat.
The time of the 1978 murder until the time of the 1987 murder. In the background, all along was Tim Conwell.
And detectives may find themselves in more literal crosshairs.
The inside of his truck was AR-15, 23 round clip, 40 round clip, and 49 rounds of ammunition.
Detectives in Louisiana have just received a troubling piece of information about Anne Blue Gates, who they suspect is responsible for the murder of her husband, Raymond.
Anne claimed that she hadn't been to the home in days, but the neighborhood mailman came forward. He revealed that he had a clear recollection that on October 3rd, he saw Anne's Cadillac parked in the driveway of the home.
With this new revelation, on December 8, 1987, Anne is formally charged with murder.
Little bits of the story started coming out through the newspaper. I said, I hope they can prove it.
The story was pretty big news. There were numerous articles in the newspapers in the area. She was dubbed the Black Widow.
But on December 11th, just 3 days after her arrest, Anne is allowed to bond out of jail and granted a reprieve from being in custody.
And asked me to help her make bail. When she was released, there was a mob of reporters out front of the courthouse. They had dubbed her the Black Widow of New Orleans. I had parked behind the courthouse, so we went out the back way to avoid any reporters. And I took her home.
Anne spends the next 15 months waiting for her trial to begin. But just 3 days before she is scheduled to appear in court, detectives receive a call that they were not expecting.
I had gotten a phone call from the assistant district attorney who told me that Ann Gates was going to enter a plea of nolo contendere to the manslaughter of Raymond.
By entering this plea, Anne avoids the harsher charge of murder and throws a curveball in the investigation.
A nolo contendere plea is often also referred to as a no contest plea. In Latin, it means I do not contest, and it's basically saying that you're accepting the conviction without accepting guilt.
Despite their belief that Anne is directly responsible for Raymond's murder, detectives are there to witness her no contest plea on March 10, 1989.
I showed up in court and she entered the plea. She was sentenced to 10 years in Louisiana prison, and she was willing to talk to me about the Raymond Gates case.
She, with the permission of her lawyers, gave a statement. In her statement, she said she was tired of being called the Black Widow.
Anne claims that she did not kill Raymond, but now admits that she knows who did. As part of her plea deal, Anne shares a very detailed version of events with detectives.
Anne's statement basically told the entire story of the murder of Raymond Gates, with almost all of the blame on Tim Conwell.
Anne says on the morning of October 3rd, she picked up her friend Tim Conwell from the airport in New Orleans after he flew in from Indiana. Together, they stayed in a motel.
According to Anne Gates, she and Tim went to the house in Araby on October 3rd, 1987. Her husband Raymond was home. Raymond and Tim watched football and ordered a pizza. And she went to take a shower.
When she was in the shower, she heard Raymond and Tim arguing. And she come out of the shower and she saw Tim hitting Raymond over the head with his fireplace open. And by the time she got to him, he had hit him 7 or 8 times in the head with this.
She claimed that Raymond had his hands up in defensive mode and that he was saying to Anne, "I've always been good to you, and why are you doing this to me?" Even her own story indicates that even Raymond knew she was somehow involved in this.
And then outlines how she helped dispose of the evidence.
According to Anne Gates, when they left the residence, they put some of the items that they considered to be potential evidence of the crime into a little garbage can, took that with them.
Anne claims that once she and Tim threw the murder weapon into a body of water, Tim left New Orleans, but not before threatening her if she went to the police.
According to Anne, Tim Conwell was constantly threatening her.
Anne was a liar. You know, a lot of times when she's younger, she'd tell a lie when she knew you knew the truth. She's a pathological liar.
After she had given her statement, she was taken to St. Gabriel Prison, which is a female prison in Louisiana.
And bold allegations.
Facts together, and I gave it to the circuit court judge to see if he would issue a warrant, and he did.
In lieu of a manhunt, Tim is lured to the New Orleans courthouse under the guise of testifying in Anne's defense.
Tim Conwell was requested to be in court. It was expected that he would show up for court, so there were detectives and deputies waiting for him.
I was sitting there, and all of a sudden, I got the windows down. "Are you Tim Conwell?" "Yes, I am." "Would you put your hands on the steering wheel?" And I put my hands on the steering wheel, and I looked around, and I mean, everybody's got their guns pulled on me and all this stuff. And they arrested me for second-degree murder.
I arrested him, and inside of his truck was AR-15, 23-round clip, 40-round clip, 49 rounds of ammunition.
They took me in. I sat in this deputy's office by myself for an hour or so.
I advised him my big rights. He made no statements. He showed no emotion. He refused to sign the rights form. He was not asked any questions. And he was booked accordingly.
While possessing a gun may arouse detectives' suspicions, it does not prove that Tim was involved in Raymond's murder. Given the lies Anne has already been caught telling, was she just setting Tim up to take the fall?
She tries to act like she's very fearful of Tim Conwell and that she believes his threats.
Suddenly things flip, and all of a sudden he's now charged with murder himself and facing the prospects of a trial.
Coming up, the prosecution of Tim Conwell backfires.
They offered me a deal, and I said, the guilty would plea bargain, and I'm innocent, so I'm going to trial to prove it that I'm innocent.
And a new love emerges in the midst of evil.
She said, do you still love me?
After pleading no contest to the charge of manslaughter in the violent death of her husband Raymond, Ann Gates now claims it is her longtime friend Tim Conwell who is the true killer.
This information was just another piece of the puzzle.
With only Ann's testimony, prosecutors in Louisiana harbor doubts about the strength of their case against Tim Conwell.
They offered me a deal if I wanted to plead guilty to accessory after the fact, that they would go in, they'd have all the paperwork done in 30 minutes. I said, the guilty would plea bargain, and I'm innocent, so I'm going to trial to prove it that I'm innocent. Everything was set up. I was there for a show.
In September of 1990, Tim Conwell's trial begins.
Trials in the 80s were very different than trials that we conduct now. With the lack of forensics, this was largely a circumstantial case against Tim, with the only direct evidence really coming from Ann and her testimony.
The prosecution swings for the fences and puts Ann's testimony on full display.
She had no qualms about walking right over, looking him right in the face, and telling the jury he killed my husband.
In this case, there was no he said, because he didn't say anything. So everything was she said.
You don't know what a jury is going to do. The trial lasted 2 days, the jury was out 4 hours. When the jury came back, they notified the judge they were dead.
The jury was not able to reach a decision. This was a hung jury.
I think, honestly, the fact that he didn't say anything worked in his favor. There was a seed of doubt. The jurors probably were not comfortable sending a man to prison if they weren't themselves sure that they had concrete evidence to use it.
Tim Conwell is set free and returns home to Indiana. And with no new evidence to add to the prosecution's case, there is no retrial.
In Louisiana, when there's mistrial or a hung jury, the prosecutor has a year to take the case back for another trial, which did not happen in this case. So basically, it's the end of the road for the case in Louisiana.
While Ann Gates is serving her 10-year prison sentence, she aims to resolve one lingering issue from behind bars.
She ended up with a lenient sentence, and as I recall, she thought she should still be the beneficiary to his insurance policy.
Lawyers of Ann Gates argue that since she was not proven guilty of murder, she is entitled to her portion of Raymond's $82,000 insurance policy.
Because Ann entered a nolo contendere or no contest plea to the homicide, there were limited uses that that conviction could be used against her, as is the case in many states. And because of that, Ann was successful in getting 40% of the life insurance proceeds after litigating that with Raymond's family.
I just think that's incredible. That's ridiculous. She's that vindictive. Get rid of him, I'll get the insurance money, finished, and I'll be gone.
After serving less than half of her 10-year sentence, Ann Gates is released from prison and reconnects with an unlikely friend.
The initial contact was made by Ann after she got out of prison. I don't know how long she'd been out for a while. I let her know that I'm disappointed, I was hurt.
Even after she attempted to frame him for Raymond's murder, Tim remained a constant in Ann's life, to the point of exchanging vows.
A couple of months later, She says, I'm asking you to marry me. And I said, you are? Yeah. She says, do you still love me? I said, well, I said, I always did love you for years. We got married on the Ides of March. And that was in 1997.
When I found out that Anne and Tim got married, basically it was like, holy shit.
The two lived happily for 19 years until Anne's death from kidney failure on August 16, 2016.
She was a good wife to me. And I loved her till the day she died, but still love her.
With many questions remaining about Raymond Gates's murder, investigators may never learn what actually happened.
Katrina gets St. Bernard Parish with 100% devastation. Files or documents or pictures, all of that was gone. You had nothing. This case was lost in Hurricane Katrina.
One thing that hasn't been lost is the memory of the kind-hearted soul of Raymond Gates.
It was insufficient and unfair to my uncle that she paid so little for what she did. That was devastating.
He's just such a good man. So that's how I'm going to remember him. Because he needs to be remembered for that. Not for this one blunder in his life of marrying Ann Gates.
To this day, the murder of David Plew remains unsolved. Almost all records of the murder of Raymond Gates were lost in Hurricane Katrina. No new charges were ever filed.
After 39 years of marriage, a small-town Oregon couple was looking forward to their golden years.
They were working very hard to have their retirement.
Until suddenly, a bizarre chain of events interrupts their plans.
He said, there's a woman out there, if they threw her off the bridge.
I'm unconscious for a while, and I can't get to my knees.
She looked like she'd been through hell.
A violent crime sparks a desperate search for answers.
They have one victim whose whereabouts are unknown.
Did someone kidnap him and they're going to hold him for ransom? You don't know.
They had two outstanding suspects who were reported to be armed.
As investigators dig into the mystery, secrets come to the surface.
It was like watching a freight train that was headed for a wreck and couldn't stop it.
Were you seeing somebody else?
No. We are Christians. Yeah, I'm just talking about their Christianity.
And you never know just how far someone will go to cover their tracks.
There's definitely human remains in there.
It's something you don't want to believe.
February 6, 2009, Corbett, Oregon. It's a crisp winter morning when local residents Gerald Ford and Jim Pogue make their way into town and notice a flash of movement as they cross the Gordon Creek Bridge.
It was early in the morning, and I seen a hand come up out of the weeds. I crossed the bridge, and I thought, maybe one of them fishermen fell down, so I backed up, asked Jim to go out and see what was going on. He came back to the truck and said, there's a woman out there. And he says, help me drag her up to the road. I said, don't touch her. If she's injured, don't even touch her. Just stay with her. I'll run up the hill and get cell service. I'll call 911.
While Gerald seeks higher elevation to summon help, Jim stays with the victim, who identifies herself as Lynn Stomps.
Her fingernails were all worn down as she was crawling up the embankment to get to somebody to get help for her.
Officers responded to a 911 call and found Lynn seriously injured, and she had reported to them that she had been the victim of a violent crime.
Though Lynn is in great pain, she's desperate to tell first responders that she isn't the only victim.
Lynn was telling
investigators was that there was two guys they met to sell a boat, and they had attacked her and her husband, Jerry.
Lynn said the boat wasn't with them. It was back at their property.
According to Lynn, Jerry had met the potential buyers online and wanted to meet first before bringing them by to see the boat.
They were going to fish in the Sandy River, I believe, and talk about them buying the boat.
She said she stayed in the pickup truck while Jerry went down a pathway towards the river. After a short period of time, she got out of the vehicle.
The moment she stepped out of the truck, Lynn realized she wasn't alone.
Jerry was yelling at her to run. So she took off running across the bridge, and she was being chased by this second suspect who displayed a firearm, overtook her, grabbed her by a backpack, and threw her off of the bridge. The officers had a violent crime that was reported, a seriously injured victim, the second victim who was outstanding and maybe in need of aid or worse, dead.
Born and raised in Gresham, Oregon, Jerry Stomps was 19 years old when he met Lynn Plant in 1969.
Jerry and Lynn had a pretty good relationship. They were just kind of clicked. When you would see them, you knew that they were together.
From the moment they met, Lynn and Jerry were smitten with each other. But there was one thing that would keep them apart: the war in Vietnam.
He was in Vietnam in 68, 69 as an MP in Saigon. He was a military guy.
Though Jerry was away at war, he and Lynn kept in touch through letters. Shortly after he returned to the States, the two married. To some, they may have seemed like an unexpected pair, but Jerry and Lynn proved that opposites really do attract.
She was a sweet gal, very nice person.
Jerry was just Jerry. I've never come across anybody else like him. He was very bold. If somebody said, no, you can't do that, oh, yes, he could.
He didn't trust anybody. He didn't trust government. He didn't trust corporations. He didn't trust police. All he trusted was Jerry and God.
Still, Lynn had a way of breaking through his tough exterior. And in 1973, Jerry's heart softened when he and Lynn welcomed a son, Jason, followed by Adam in 1976.
Lynn was a very natural born mom. She just took right to it, just boom. She'd have the baby, and then she was up working the next day, and I was just amazed.
The household, it was just a normal, loving country family who stuck with each other, but with a live wire dad who ran the show.
My dad, he was a hard worker, taught us to work hard. As a little kid, I'd go hunting with my dad or fishing, or we'd go cutting firewood or camping.
At the Stomps home, outdoor activities were limitless.
We had 17 acres, and we ran around all the woods and canyon all over the place. I go outdoors to the players.
Jerry and Lynn lived on some property that took a little bit to find the place. Jerry liked his ability to be unseen to the public, and this property that they had gave him all of that he would want.
They were growing Christmas trees, so they had different Christmas trees, different heights, all over this 4 or 5 acres.
Though Christmas tree farming allowed Lynn and Jerry to make ends meet, their lives radically changed in 1991 when Lynn's father died and left her $1.7 million.
When the inheritance came in, I think Lynn felt relieved.
The couple used the inheritance to invest in several rental properties in and around Portland. With the stress of providing for their families lifted off their shoulders, Lynn and Jerry were able to enjoy life.
We always used to go salmon fish and spend a week down at the coast. It was a lot of fun.
Still, it was important to Jerry that he and his family continued to live within their means.
They never owed any money. Jerry was a guy that would find a way to not buy anything on credit. He saved the money all the time. He bought his cars all cash.
By the late 90s, the two Stomps boys had left the nest, started their own families, and in 2004, Jerry and Lynn became grandparents.
They babysat the kids a lot, and they loved having the little ones out there again.
They were very much into it. They loved being the grandparents. He would grab those grandkids and they were off. Let's go do this and let's go do that. And I'm sure he wasn't staying around in the house and rocking them in a rocking chair. He was too much of an outdoorsman.
As the years ticked by, Lynn and Jerry fixed their eyes on one goal.
They were working very hard to have their retirement. All of their married life, that's what they were searching for, was how to get there fast.
But now it seems the life Jerry and Lynn Stomps worked so hard to build is falling apart. On February 6, 2009, Lynn Stomps is being treated after reportedly being attacked by two men she thought were there to buy her boat, and her husband Jerry is nowhere to be seen.
Where could they have put Jerry? Nobody could find him.
They're putting her on a gurney and bringing her to the ambulance.
As detectives arrive on the scene, they hit a roadblock when their only eyewitness is whisked away to the hospital.
At this stage of the investigation, what officers know is they have two outstanding suspects who were reported to be armed. So they had an ongoing threat to the safety of the community.
Coming up, a risky search effort commences.
This was a case where the officers pull out all stops, use all available resources. If you're being chased by a gun, it doesn't make any difference how big you are. You could be out there, you could be dead.
And chilling new details emerge.
I had this little bag thingy, and he just spins me around by grabbing it, and I go, and I'm sure he just pushed me right here, and over I went.
February 6, 2009. First responders in Corbett, Oregon are gathered at the Gordon Creek Bridge, where a brutal attack on Lynn Stomps and her husband Jerry is believed to have occurred earlier that day.
She said that these two men threw her off the bridge and one of them took off after her husband with a gun.
While Lynn is transported to Legacy Emanuel Hospital in Portland, back at the Gordon Creek Bridge, a search for 60-year-old Jerry Stomps commences.
This was a case where the officers pull out all stops, use all available resources, including air assets, K9s, search and rescue teams. We had a tracking dog out there along with several air sand dogs, and we started looking for him.
There were an awful lot of volunteers and a lot of resources from the sheriff's office, local law enforcement, just citizens. They were very thorough.
While the search teams scour the woods for Jerry, detectives get their first break in the case when Lynn Stomps is cleared to interview.
She had a broken pelvis, just split in half, and she had scratches all over her. She was just in a really bad way. She couldn't walk.
From her hospital bed, Lynn is finally able to give detectives more details about her attack.
So let's just start at the beginning.
Okay, we woke up. He told me he had this appointment with this guy that he was going to meet. He's anxious to sell the boat, but I don't want anybody we don't know who really isn't serious coming to the house. Sometimes I'm there by myself. So he said, okay. So he had made arrangements with this guy to meet him there.
Around what time did you leave the house?
We had to have left at 6:20, 6:30, no later than that.
Lynn says the couple left their boat at home and made the trip to see if the buyer, a man Jerry only referred to as Dave, was even worth their time.
Her story is when they got there, Jerry takes off with this Dave person down to the river, and they kind of disappear out of sight. She stays in the truck.
So they're walking. I'm just sitting there. And then I thought, oh, I'll go. It's not raining at the moment. So I started to get out the truck. I know as soon as I got my feet on the ground, I hear Jerry yell, "Lynn, run, run, Lynn, run!" And I turn around and there's this another guy right behind me, and he's got a gun out, and I just bolted for down the road.
Lynn says as she tried to outrun her assailant, she looked toward the woods and saw her husband.
I could see Jerry, I couldn't see the guy.
Okay, what was Jerry doing?
He was running.
Which way?
Towards the river.
That's when Lynn says she felt the man catching up to her.
I'm on the bridge, basically. I had this little bag thingy, and he just spins me around by grabbing it, and I go, and I'm sure he just pushed me right here, and over I went.
And then what happens?
I'm unconscious for a while, and I can't get to my knees. I crawled all the way up the embankment.
After making her way up to the road, Lynn says it took more than half an hour for someone to spot her.
I was so frustrated that I yelled and yelled and yelled and yelled for someone to stop and help me.
With no other leads, detectives ask Lynn for more information about her attackers.
Can you describe those two individuals again?
Okay.
The best you can.
Lynn described the attackers as being both white males, Dave being about 5'8", with brown hair, the other suspect being 6 foot tall, also with brown hair, and they were driving a gold-colored pickup.
Since Jerry had left their boat at home and the couple's truck wasn't stolen, detectives ask themselves, had these two men targeted Jerry for another reason?
Why do you think this happened? What do you think the motivation was for all this?
You know, I couldn't tell you. I don't understand it. It's not like he's got $1 million sitting in his pockets and they're going to relieve him of it right then and there. We're not into alcohol, drugs, or anything like that. We're just basic, normal people. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Jerry didn't owe anybody serious money.
Oh, no. No.
You didn't owe money to anybody?
No.
With no new insight on a potential motive for the attack, investigators bring in a forensic sketch artist to create composites of the suspects. The sketches are released to the public, hoping to generate leads. Meanwhile, detectives form theories of their own.
Well, the possibilities at the time obviously were robbery. Is this a robbery? Jerry was known in the community as someone who was not exactly big on government, didn't have a lot of trust. So is it possible that somebody thought that he had a lot of money around and that they could get that? That was possible.
Jerry was missing. You know, did he run into the river? Did someone kidnap him and they're going to hold him for ransom? You don't know.
He was a pretty big guy, pretty good sized, liked to hunt. But in either case, if you're being chased by a gun, it doesn't make any difference how big you are. You could be out there, you could be dead.
As daylight fades, investigators learn their search team back at the Gordon Creek Bridge have come up empty-handed.
Tracking dog kind of indicated nobody had been there. They didn't have anything on them.
Just as hope begins to fade, investigators receive a tip from a first responder.
Eric Eaton was a Corbett fireman who had responded to the crime scene, rendered aid to Lynn, and accompanied her to the hospital. After they had left, he continued having a conversation with Lynn, and Lynn relayed new information to him about what had occurred.
Lynn had a pretty good idea that the guy they were going to go meet down there this morning was the same gentleman that Jerry ran into a week ago.
Coming up, did Jerry's tough exterior rub some folks in town the wrong way?
Jerry was such a fella that he couldn't help but make enemies.
And a new discovery stops detectives in their tracks.
The first thing that caught my eye when I went around back was the burn pile.
There were bone fragments in the burn pile.
Detectives in Corbett, Oregon are trying to pinpoint an initial interaction between Jerry Stomps and his alleged attackers in the days leading up to his disappearance.
At this stage of the investigation, it's important that they get as much information as they can. Included in this is establishing a timeline of what was Jerry's activity in the last week. The most solid information that the investigators have is the name of the one suspect, Dave. Dave was interested in purchasing the boat and apparently contacted Jerry through Craigslist. What were the circumstances that precipitated this meeting with Dave? What record is of that? What other interactions were there?
In search of this information, detectives turn back to Jerry's wife, Lynn, who is still in the hospital.
Lynn recounted Jerry's activities in the previous week. This provided the officers with a lot of information that gave them leads to follow up on and ways they could corroborate the fact that prior to the reported disappearance on February 6th, Jerry had been around and been engaging in normal day-to-day activities.
Lynn says on Wednesday, February 4th, Jerry took some hay up to feed their cows in Klickitat County, Washington, where they own some farmland.
My dad got that property in Klickitat. He go up there quite a bit to feed the cows.
Did he spend the night or did he come back Wednesday?
He spent the night and he came back on Thursday.
Okay. And then when did he come back on Thursday?
He had been back before long.
Could Jerry have run into some unsavory characters in Klickitat who later plotted to attack him?
In efforts to corroborate what Lynn had told them, officers spent a tremendous amount of time driving through the area where he was reported to have been on his way to Klickitat County.
Along the way, detectives learned that Jerry had a bit of a reputation.
We were able to open a few doors and talk to a few people. He was liked in the community. He was known a little bit as a hothead. He spoke his mind, and whatever he thought, that's what he told you. And it wasn't always nice, you know. He could be very cruel. I believe that Jerry was such a fella that he couldn't help but make enemies.
Though many in the community know Jerry well, no one had seen him in the last few weeks. So detectives take a new approach.
Officers went to the Hood River Access Toll Bridge, which is on the Oregon-Washington border. While there, they obtained a videotape where they were able to identify Jerry's truck crossing the border.
But on February 4th, the day Lynn had said Jerry went to Washington, there was no sign of Jerry's pickup truck.
So I think that was a pretty clear indication that something wasn't right.
It's evident to detectives that someone isn't being entirely honest. Could Jerry have been involved with something or someone he wasn't telling his wife about? To find out, they confront Lynn at the hospital once again.
Typically on any suspicious disappearance, police want to look at that person's behavior. In other words, are there things that could precipitate violence? Things such as family problems, having a girlfriend. So officers looked into this.
I'm going to be straight up with you. Was Jerry seeing somebody else, or were you seeing somebody else?
No. We are Christians, and no, he would. This is my husband. I'm just talking about their
love triangles too. We just want to know if there's some type of love triangle going on, or either one.
I'm married for life, and he did too. I told him the only way he was getting out of this, well, I shouldn't say this, getting out of this marriage was through death. His or mine.
Unsettled by their last interview with Lynn, detectives obtain a search warrant for her home.
When they got to the residence, officers noted that there was no sign of a forced entry. It was cluttered, but it hadn't been ransacked. They also noted that some portions of the residence appeared to have been meticulously clean, perhaps with bleach.
When we were searching in the house, there was a coat rack right by the front door. And on the coat rack was a fanny pack in which we located a revolver.
He just never really left the house without a gun. He took it everywhere with him, so why would he be going to meet some stranger without a gun?
When we look at the gun, there's 2 cartridges that are left. It was a revolver. Someone like Jerry, who carries a gun religiously, would not have 2 spent cartridges in his gun. Someone who carries on a regular basis, cleans a gun when they shoot it.
That's not the only alarming detail about Jerry's gun.
When they looked at this a little closer, they saw that there appeared to be blood spatter on the exterior of the firearm.
With high intensity light, you could see that there was a very fine mist of what appeared to be blood. The mist of it looked like high velocity blood. That was something you would see at a very close range of something being shot. The sample was sent to the Oregon State Police Crime Lab to determine if the blood was animal or human.
Investigators widen their search to the expansive property surrounding the home.
We found several areas that looked really interesting. There was some fresh ground that hadn't been dug in and covered over. Brought the dog up to him, didn't care. So we pretty much eliminated the front yard. And then we went around the back. The first thing that caught my eye when I went around back was the burn pile. We went over there and then the dog says, he's here, he's here, he's here, he's here.
Following the dog's lead, investigators begin a thorough search of the burn pile.
There are bone fragments in the burn pile. Now, it's not uncommon for a critter out in an area like that to get into a burn pile and end up burning up. So is it possible that it's not human? It is. It could be animal.
We, at the Oregon State Police, had a forensic anthropologist, and we collected some of the bones to determine if they were human.
But the search doesn't stop there.
They noticed a metal garbage can on the patio, and on closer inspection, they found what appeared to be charred bone remnants inside of this garbage can. They collected these for further identification. If the bones are human and the blood on the gun is Jerry's, then things have changed significantly.
In light of all the evidence, police are now fearing the worst and turn to the Stomp's phone records for answers.
Lynn had reported that Jerry had engaged in several phone calls with the one suspect, Dave, and gave specific times when these phone calls were purported to have occurred. Detectives obtained phone records to corroborate or refute the information that Lynn had provided.
When the phone records were examined for the Stomp's residence, there was no record that anybody named Dave had called on the days that Lynn had mentioned.
As soon as those leads end, you look at video, you look at cell phone data, and determine that Lynn's story was questionable and changing.
Each piece of information like this that we get is breaking down her story, telling us that for some reason she's not telling us the truth.
As detectives contact those listed in the call history, a common theme emerges.
There's follow-up done from the phone calls to numbers that we know Jerry would have been involved with. What we determined was no one had actually spoken to Jerry since before the Super Bowl.
Coming up, a victim becomes a suspect.
And a lot of her story was slowly beginning to crack.
It is something you don't want to believe.
And detectives demand answers.
That's not the truth, Lynn. It's not the truth.
Oh, what did you say?
Less than 48 hours after Jerry Stomps was reported missing, his wife Lynn remains in the hospital, and police have found possible evidence of a violent crime at their home. After scouring call logs, It seems no one has seen or heard from Jerry since before Super Bowl Sunday, 5 days before Lynn's reported attack.
After gathering extensive information and doing a ton of legwork, the investigators sat down with the family and engaged in kind of a roundtable.
I remember all of us sitting around talking and asking questions.
It turns out that Jerry was more or less missing in action for several days, and Lynn always had an excuse that he was working in the yard, or he was hunting, or he had gone to the store, and at least once had gone to family property.
No one could specifically identify having seen Jerry or talked to Jerry after February 1st.
A fact confirmed by Jerry and Lynn's young grandchildren and their mom, Sam Stomps.
Sam Stomps provided the information that her kids were over for Super Bowl Sunday at Jerry and Lynn's house. They made a statement to Mom that they were a little upset because Papa Jerry wasn't there. And we were always told that he was there.
Did you see Papa Sunday night when you went up there? When you spent the night? Papa was there, right?
As their discussion continues, detectives uncover another useful piece of information.
Apparently, Lynn had lent their son, Jason, several $1,000s, and Jerry wasn't in on it. He didn't know about it. It's not something that he would have approved of. Lynn wasn't allowed to do a whole lot on her own, especially when it came to finances, without getting Jerry's approval.
When investigators dig into the couple's finances, they quickly realize a small loan to their son wasn't the only thing Lynn had been keeping from Jerry.
Lynn had $54,000 in unsecured, unreported credit that she had apparently been keeping secret from Jerry. The secret debt was a problem. Lynn had recently received an inheritance, so $54,000 may not seem like a significant amount. However, this was a family that was carrying several mortgages and were trying to manage their finances as best they could.
Jerry was an independent person who, from what I understood, did not like credit cards, did not like to be in debt.
Jerry would not be pleased with the fact that Lynn was running up the debt that she did. He was a pay your bills every month kind of person, didn't carry debt. So yes, this would have been completely against what Jerry believed.
Had Lynn's debt led her to do the unthinkable?
We know Jerry's a volatile person. Did he find out something about the other accounts that she had, the debt that she was in? That would have set Jerry off. That would have created a fight.
Though they may have uncovered a motive, investigators still haven't secured hard evidence connecting Lynn to any crime. Then, on February 10th, 4 days after Lynn was found on the side of the road, thorough police work generates a new lead.
They obtained a videotape where they were able to identify Jerry's truck going to a Shell station just across the border in Washington.
What was found was his truck pulling in, and we saw Lynn get out of the truck. She's driving his truck when she says that he's supposed to be up in Clickitat County.
He clearly showed that Lynn was engaging in behavior that was contrary to what she had told the officers. She was engaged in behavior deliberately trying to deceive the officers, and a lot of her story was slowly beginning to crack.
The next major break comes 2 days later, when detectives are contacted by the State Crime Lab.
The State Crime Lab definitively identified the bone fragments as being human in nature.
Though investigators will have to wait to find out whether or not the bones are Jerry's, they are confident in what they've gathered thus far.
We knew at that point that we had a pretty strong case.
With this culmination of evidence and facts, they contacted Lynn one last time to give her an opportunity to explain her actions.
On February 12th, police confront Lynn in her hospital room once again.
You need to tell us. You need to tell us.
Yes.
Just
What?
Please tell us what happened. If some accident happened.
I told you.
Lynn, listen to me. Listen to me. We have not talked to one person. Not one person that saw Jerry from Friday before Super Bowl. That whole week, Lynn.
Yes. He was there with
was
Sean.
not, Lynn. It's not the truth.
What?
That's not the truth, Lynn. It's not the truth.
It is the truth. I don't know what's going on here. This is all I'm going to be saying.
They presented Lynn with evidence that the timeline she had presented was not correct. Lynn didn't avail herself of this opportunity. Lynn denied any of the information.
We found video.
Mm-hmm.
The bridge in Hood River.
Mm-hmm.
The gas station, the Shell station.
Uh-huh.
We've gone to other places to get video as well.
Uh-huh.
Trying to find Jerry on video.
Uh-huh.
We have not found him. Okay?
Did you find me on video?
We have you on video, yes.
Okay.
Detectives show Lynn still images pulled from the gas station surveillance footage.
I don't understand this. You're telling me that you're thinking I did... Oh.
No, we're not being accusatory.
I still believe he's alive.
Yeah.
I know that he's out there. You're not looking for him.
We are looking for him. That has never stopped. What we're trying to do is give you an out.
I don't need an out. I know the truth.
Most times when presented with evidence, people will come clean. Lynn was the type of person that was never going to admit anything.
Detectives have heard enough. They place Lynn under arrest for the murder of her husband.
We were at the hospital, and the detectives pulled us aside. So they're arresting her for the murder. Very interesting to hear. It's something you don't want to believe.
She didn't understand exactly why she was being arrested. Then when all of a sudden it came clear to her that they thought that she had murdered him, she started crying.
Coming up, the truth emerges.
They were able to determine the bone fragments came from a maternal ancestor.
And family ties are broken.
They realized that they were standing by the wrong person. The last thing I remember him saying is, "I hope you burn in hell."
Less than a week after reporting her husband Jerry missing, 55-year-old Lynn Stumps is charged with his murder. As her trial approaches, Lynn's family and friends remain on her side.
She was saying, "No, I didn't do it. I love your father."
I thought, well, they're going to check into this and give her a trial and find out that she's innocent. That was my first reaction.
It was the craziest thing that anybody would have said. She had any part in doing something like that to Jerry. I mean, she was 4'8", he was 6 foot something. And for her to hide him in such a way that nobody could find him, she couldn't do it.
However, as more details emerge, it becomes difficult for Lynn's supporters to ignore evidence of her guilt.
The bone fragments were sent to a forensic laboratory in Texas that conducted an analysis of mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondrial DNA comes from the maternal or mother side. In this case, within a reasonable certainty, they were able to determine that the bone fragments came from a maternal ancestor of Jerry.
We had collected his toothbrush and sent that in for his DNA sample. to be compared to the samples collected from the gun. The blood on the firearm was determined to be that of Jerry Stomps.
In light of this new information, support from those closest to Lynn begins to crumble.
Two Stomps boys stood by their mother through a good chunk of the investigation, and I think eventually the writing was just on the wall, and they realized that they were standing by the wrong person.
Well, they just started seeing that evidence of the tattoo and everything that pointed to her turmoil.
Lynn's trial begins on January 11th, 2011.
Lynn was about as impassive as I've seen a defendant in a court case. She did not look like a robust, healthy person when I first saw her in courtroom. She looked like she'd been through hell.
She just looked like everybody's grandmother. It was just kind of hard to believe that that woman could have done what she did.
However, prosecutors contend this demure widow is responsible for her husband's violent death. And although the exact motive still remains unknown, prosecutors suspect a dispute over money likely played a role in 60-year-old Jerry Stomp's murder.
It sounded like they were having some financial-based arguments.
I think something happened in their house. It could have been Super Bowl Sunday, and she decided that was it.
Lynn knew where there was a loaded pistol, where Jerry always kept it by the door, and whatever they were talking about or arguing about must have escalated, and Lynn grabbed Jerry's pistol and shot him twice at close range and killed him.
Prosecutors believe that in a panic, Lynn then burned her husband's body.
They had a large burn pile right out front. So the belief is that, did she kill him, put him on the large burn pile? He wasn't burning fast enough to get rid of the evidence. She used the trash can to make a hotter fire and put part of him in there.
Then, Lynn drove down to the Gordon Creek Bridge on the morning of February 6, 2009.
She drove down to Gordon Creek, apparently with the intention of planting evidence to make it look as if Jerry had gone fishing by himself and perhaps had gotten lost or drowned. In the course of her planting this evidence, she fell down.
As the evidence stacks up, things are not looking good for Lynn.
She did not testify, and the defense did not present much of a defense.
Lynn was very upset with the trial. She was just having to sit there and listen to what they were saying. It was like watching a freight train that was headed for a wreck and couldn't stop it.
After 2 weeks of trial, the jury returns a guilty verdict. At Lynn's sentencing hearing, her sons have a chance to say their piece.
Jason seemed to be totally choked up, and he just couldn't do it, and he left the stand. And then Adam took the stand, and it was the opposite. He was very vocal and very accusatory toward his mother.
At that point, I pleaded my own test. She did it. Told my mother she was a monster and how she burns.
Just seemed like there was nobody else in the courtroom except for those two for the time that went on. That's the only time that I really saw her possibly express true emotion.
On January 25th, 2011, Lynn is sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. But even with a murder conviction, missing pieces haunt those involved in the case.
If I could ask her one question, I guess I'd ask her why. It still just blows my mind to this day. Why? How?
What is it that takes a woman who's married to a man for 39 years to kill him? I have no idea what that answer is.
This is a case where the only person that knows why this crime occurred is Lynn, and she's not sharing that information.
Chris was also in prison, and she said it didn't matter. No, otherwise he'd be remembered as he was. A good man.
Hope Schreiner became the oldest female inmate in custody in Massachusetts. In 2014, after consulting with Bob's family, the Department of Corrections granted Hope's request for a medical furlough due to her declining health.
An elderly couple is brutally murdered in their suburban home.
There was blood on the floor, blood on the wall. It was just a complete study in mayhem.
Investigators are astounded to discover that the victim is one of their own.
I wasn't expecting someone that I worked closely with.
You were very well liked and respected in the police department. Was this an act of vengeance?
The note said, be careful who you let into. It implied there was somebody who could go in prison.
The neighbors fought someone out in the backyard from the dusty. Was that the murderer? Or could the killer be someone closer to home?
The way they were killed, nothing added up. And that's the magic trick that's worthy of everything.
November 2nd, 2001. For employees at the Fort Worth Police Department, the one constant each day was Lloyd Courtney arriving promptly for his 2 o'clock shift. So, when the 75-year-old fingerprint examiner is a no-show this afternoon, everyone in the department takes notice.
Lloyd Courtney was very dependable and he was very responsible. For him not to show up to work, something seemed amiss.
Other employees began checking with each other to see if Lloyd had called off sick or would take a day off.
Lloyd's supervisor called the Courtney home to see if everything was okay. No one listened.
But at that point, they decided to conduct a welfare check and they sent over police officers to his house to see if there was anything wrong.
The officer went to the scene. Lloyd's car was parked in front of the house, and there was no extra at the door.
They peered inside and they noticed the contents of a purse still on the floor, groceries still on the floor.
It looked like there might be some kind of suspicious circumstance.
At that point, neighbors who saw the police car came across the street to see obviously what was going on.
They were longtime neighbors and friends of the Courtneys, and they had keys to the house.
Once inside the house, officers are greeted by a horrific scene.
The furniture was out of place. There was blood spatter everywhere.
As they entered the living room, they could see into the dining room and they could see Lloyd on the floor. As they moved down the hallway, they found Lloyd's wife, Agnes, also had been murdered.
Who would commit a brutal crime?
She was face down in a pool of blood. It was a double flame. It involved an elderly couple, and one of the victims was a police officer.
The scene as the officers came upon, it was just a complete study in mayhem.
Lloyd and Agnes Courtney were children of the Great Depression, where learning the value of patience and perseverance were a necessity. Shortly after meeting, Lloyd and Agnes decided to get married in 1952. Around that same time, Lloyd landed a job with the Fort Worth Police Department.
In the early 50s, he had become a police officer. I would absolutely characterize Lloyd as a serious and honest job.
Lloyd eventually became a fingerprint examiner.
As a fingerprint analyst, his job was to compare fingerprints that were found at crime scenes. Lloyd Courtney was very good at what he did, and he was very passionate about what he did.
1963, Lloyd and Agnes had a daughter named Deborah and put down roots in the South Philly neighborhood of Fort Worth.
Deborah was raised in a loving home by two parents. Both had a passion for children and volunteering. She was very involved in the church. Agnes had a great passion for music. She sang in her local female barbershop quartet group.
They were very well established and well liked by the neighbors.
They were very warm, very kind. They were friendly, southern, gracious people.
Growing up, daughter Deborah's childhood was typical of most suburban Texas kids in the 50s and 60s. However, as a young adult, Deborah's values tended to differ from those of her parents, though she did her best to match them.
Her parents didn't notice she smoked cigarettes. They didn't notice she drank. They were pretty straight-laced, and they wanted her to be that way, and she played the role that she needed to play when she was around.
After graduating high school, Deborah opted not to go to college. She liked the freedom of bringing home her own paycheck.
She was always very responsible. She had many jobs. She just did what she needed to do and got it done and went home. She was a homebody. She liked being alone.
But in 1987, Deborah met a man who would prompt her to rethink her notion of life on her own. His name was Paul Farrington.
They got to be friends, enjoyed spending time together. They just needed to get together. They made each other happy.
After dating for a year, Deborah and Paul got married. It seemed to be a match made in heaven to both Deborah's straight-laced parents and her more free-spirited friends.
Paul was a plumber, and as far as I'm concerned, that's a great time to be married to. They always seem just happy to be together and happy to have each other.
Once she was married, Deborah's wild ways seemed to mellow even more. She and Paul bought a house not far from her parents. Deborah began taking college courses, eventually graduating with a degree in accounting. Along the way, she gave birth to a daughter.
They were very, very happy to have a beautiful daughter.
As for Deborah's mom and dad, Lloyd and Agnes relished their new role as grandparents. In fact, they enjoyed helping out with Deborah and the baby so much that they decided to lend aid to another young soul in need of some TLC, their nephew's ex-wife, Brenda.
Lloyd and Agnes met Brenda, who was about 17 years old. She was actually married to Agnes's nephew, and they became close. And they became even closer after he divorced Agnes's nephew.
In 1990, the couple was legally adopted 30-year-old Brenda.
She was going to remarry. She asked Lloyd to get the letter. Lloyd said he would do it on the condition that would adopt her as a legal daughter.
Though Deborah was raised as an only child, she took to Brenda immediately.
They went over to each other's house for parties, and birthday gifts, and Christmas gifts. It was a very normal, loving relationship.
Fast forward to 2001. By all accounts, Brenda was a strong, stable young woman. Deborah and her husband Paul had been raising a bright young daughter of their own, and the patriarch of the Courtney family, Lloyd, was still punching the clock every day at the Fort Worth TV.
Lloyd Courtney was affectionately known as the world's oldest industry specialist.
He just sort of had that look, the hairstyle, the glasses, he reflected that time. Lloyd wanted to continue to work and get his job.
But on November 2nd, 2001, Lloyd's service to the Fort Worth TV ended in the most brutal way imaginable.
You normally don't expect someone who's been involved in multiple cases to be murdered in his home.
Once the coroner officially declared Lloyd and Agnes deceased, crime scene technicians began the arduous task of processing the house.
It was a violent scene, and it was a dynamic scene. They were not happy to sleep. They were obviously struggling. There was blood on the floor, blood on the wall. the numerous injuries to his body and his death because there were some obvious defensive wounds along the forearm, which was very consistent with someone fighting back.
Lloyd's body lies directly below the wall-mounted landline telephone. The lines the phone has been cut.
It looked like he was attempting to make a call for help, and someone cut the wire leading to the phone.
Coming up, investigators struggle to make heads or tails of the carnage inside the courtroom room.
I've seen a lot of different weapons used to murder people, but I have not seen a cast iron skillet used as a murder weapon.
But a few at the scene suggest the murder may be an act of revenge.
You know, Fred, hey, look what I learned in prison. Thanks for the memories.
On November 2nd, 2001, officers in Fort Worth, Texas, found 75-year-old Lloyd Courtney and his 71-year-old wife, Agnes, dead in their suburban home.
It must have been just horrific walking in the street. The crime scene looked like something like you had blood everywhere.
They didn't make figures. They had time and generous heart. I never heard anybody say anything bad about them at all. Very sweet people.
As investigators survey the scene, they try to make sense of the chaos. In the kitchen is an overturned bag of groceries alongside Agnes's purse.
Based on the overturned purse and grocery items, I believe Agnes walked in and she attacked.
She ran into the back bedroom and desperate help to do so.
There was some blood on the door, more blood on the wall. It certainly appeared that she put up quite a struggle against her killer.
Both victims appear to have been stabbed and bludgeoned.
You realize that there were broken pieces of cast iron skillet. I've seen a lot of different weapons used to murder people or attack people, but I have not seen a cast iron skillet used.
Crime scene technicians collect pieces from 4 different iron skillets. They also find other makeshift weapons.
There was also table legs that were found near Lloyd Courtney's body.
I think the legs basically broke off the bottom of the table and didn't each.
In the utility room, police find an empty trash can with the liner missing.
Trash had been dumped out on the floor. It looked like they were using what should be a clothes hamper as a trash can, but there was no liner in it. So the liner appeared to be missing. We assumed that was used to remove something from the resin.
And in the kitchen, they discovered several blood stains they believe came from the stomach.
We found smears of blood on the 2 cabinet doors directly underneath the kitchen sink, which is also where the trash can liners were kept. We also found a smear of blood on the floor that contained kitchen knives.
As detectives pondered both the sprawling nature of the attack as well as the bizarre assortment of weapons used, they begin to develop a theory.
It looked like it was a period of time between the 2 attacks. They had both obviously fought the attacker. One person could not have had the same struggle at the same time. It often means the house with each of them.
Clues from the scene provide a window for when the attack likely began.
When I saw Lloyd, he had quit. And he looked at all my cubicles when he showed up to work. It was pretty obvious this must have happened at least a couple hours before he was supposed to be at work.
Given the relatively mild state of rigor mortis, as well as the fact that Lloyd always left for work around 1:15 p.m., detectives place the time of his murder at roughly 11:30 a.m.
Glasses in the living room and that tent. Significantly, my personal opinion is that the attack began with Lloyd being hit with his stick. Lloyd began trying to make his way with the kitchen dining area to get to the phone. He hit along the way, and then was down, overpowered.
Another clue found in the kitchen suggests the attack on Agnes occurred roughly 15 minutes later.
The receipt indicated that she had bought the food items around 11:20 a.m. and so they said that she might have been home 11:45. She walked in and dropped the bag and back.
It certainly appeared that she was down the hallway to the bedroom of the killed.
While detectives now have a theory for how the murder happened, they still don't know why.
It did not look like it was a burglary gone bad or a home invasion robbery.
You have no point entry. There's no door to kick in, no windows broken into, nothing was stolen.
Was Lloyd Courtney the intended victim and Agnes simply collateral damage? A computer-printed note pinned below his leg with a paring knife certainly suggests that's the case.
You know, Greg, hey, look what I learned in prison. Thanks for the memory. I'm sorry. And then there was a string of text footage. Maybe you could watch me let through the door. Ha 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 ha.
The note implied that someone had come back to get revenge on Lloyd because Lloyd had sent him to prison through his police work.
The note strikes a particular chord with Officer Patrick Watt.
I had experienced that type of regret before when somebody obtained a list of all their home addresses and they were threatened.
Even more troubling is the fact that both Officer Watt and Lloyd Courtney had worked a case that was set to go to trial.
I was a witness, and Lloyd was also a witness. I was concerned and nervous about if they had a connection to me.
Worried that a killer may be on the loose and targeting other officers, evidence technicians worked double time to collect swabs of blood evidence from each location.
Because it was such a violent attack, police were hopeful that the killer had injured him or herself and had left behind their vehicle.
While crime scene investigators conclude processing the scene, patrol officers begin canvassing the neighborhood.
They immediately start talking to the neighbors to try to find out if they have seen anything out of the ordinary that day.
They begin with the neighbors who had supplied police with a house key. They said they remember seeing the Courtney's daughter Deborah at the house that morning.
The neighbors had known them for a long time, and so they were very familiar with their routine and how they went about their normal day.
They said that it was common for Deborah to come over to Lloyd Magnus's home most mornings after she had dropped her daughter off at school and stay for an hour or so.
According to the neighbors, Deborah typically left the house around 10 a.m. each morning, more than an hour before the first murder occurred. Detectives head over to Deborah's residence, charged with the grim task of delivering the worst news imaginable.
When the homicide detective and sergeant discovered that his parents had been murdered, Deborah immediately became emotional.
Deborah tells detectives she had long feared for her father's safety. She very confirmed that one of these days, one of those people he had testified against would be there and bail and come back and test him. Coming up, a witness comes forward with new information.
She saw a man in Courtney's backyard. She felt like he did something wrong.
Could this have been the resentful convict taking out his revenge on Lloyd?
They actually did find a piece of paper at the home with a person's name and number.
It's been just 4 hours since 75-year-old Lloyd Courtney and his 71-year-old wife Agnes were found beaten to death in their homes. Investigators with the Fort Worth Police Department are hoping the couple's daughter Deborah can shed some light on the murder. Detectives asked Deborah when she last saw her parents. She says she visited them around 10 that morning, which confirms the statement made by one of the couple's neighbors.
She had gone over there to pick up a receipt for some trees that her parents had purchased for her husband for his birthday, and he'd also been up there to get some concert tickets for the weekend.
Deborah said she only stayed at her parents' house a few minutes before she left. Well before her mother Agnes returned home from running errands. Investigators asked Deborah if her parents were expecting any other visitors that morning.
She told the police that her parents said that they were planning on getting a quote from the contractor because they were going to do some remodeling in the bathroom.
During the interview, Deborah's husband, Paul Perringer, arrived home with some takeout food.
He sees him and he breaks down and he expresses concern about how they were going to tell their daughter that her grandparents were dead.
Once Deborah composes herself, detectives asked her for the names of other family members who might assist in the investigation. Deborah tells them about her adopted sister, Brenda. That's when detectives receive a call from patrol officers asking them to return to the crime scene ASAP.
One of the neighbors who lived behind the Courtney was a veterinarian who worked nights, and she was actually asleep that day, but was awoken by her dog who was barking incessantly.
The woman said she tried to call her dogs inside, but they remained at the back corner of her fence, barking furiously at something in Lloyd and Agnes' yard.
She said there was something very unusual. The dog's reaction after this, barking and howling, was not coming to the veterinarian when she called.
So she got up to go see what was the matter, and she said that she saw someone.
She saw through the fence because a man in the backyard of Lloyd and Agnes' home.
He described the person as white or Spanish, medium build, with dark curly hair, wearing loose coveralls, and light colored gloves.
It looked to be like perhaps some kind of a workman, like a utility workman or table repair, something like that.
The woman told police there was something about the man that made her feel uneasy.
She said she felt like she did something wrong.
She said it all happened between 10 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, and that's it. She was present for this at the time of the murder.
The woman said she thought about calling the police, but she also knew the Courtmans were considering some home renovations and assumed the man was probably a contractor.
Was that the murderer? Was it a witness to the murderer? Who was the strange person in the backyard?
The police asked that neighbor to come to the police department and prepare a composite of that individual.
The next morning, police circulate the steps throughout their department. In the meantime, CSI finds another possible avenue for locating the missing man.
Police wanted to find a contractor who was participating in remodeling, and they actually did find a piece of paper at the home with a person's name and number.
When the subject questioned the man, he admits to meeting with the Courtneys about bathroom renovation, but claims that conversation took place days earlier.
He had been over to the Courtney's home a week or two before, and he looked at the bathroom. They'd been busy with other clients, and he just hadn't gotten back to them.
Adding to the man's innocence is the fact that he looks nothing like the artist's rendering of the mystery man seen in Courtney's backyard. With nothing tying this man to the murder, police crossed him off the list of potential suspects. Back at square one, police turned to Lloyd and Agnes' adopted daughter, Brenda. Brenda and her fiancé, James, agreed to come to the station for an interview. Like her older sister, Brenda is visibly shaken by the news of her adopted parents' murder.
When police asked her about a relationship with her parents, she reported no problems. There wasn't any trouble. They got along, and they communicated frequently.
Brenda says she can't think of anyone who might want to harm her parents and has no idea who the mystery man in the backyard could be. As for her whereabouts the morning of the crime, Brenda claims both she and her fiancé were at work at the time.
Brenda and her fiancé both voluntarily gave DNA samples to the city.
With no evidence linking Brenda to the crime, police let her go. When detectives questioned Deborah about Brenda's relationship with their parents, Deborah claims that they got along perfectly.
They communicated, they went to events together. She said they had a close, loving relationship.
As they are speaking to Deborah, detectives notice something peculiar.
Deborah's finger was wrapped up in gauze and tape. And so, of course, they asked her what had happened.
She said that she had been washing dishes at home and broke a glass in the sink and cut her finger.
But the cut on Deborah's finger isn't the only injury detectives notice.
They also saw some bruises and scrapes because on her forearm. When asked about the scrapes on her arm, she said she had done that for herself.
Detectives asked Deborah if they can photograph the wound. Deborah agreed, and eventually allowed detectives to search her home and her vehicle, but nothing was found.
Deborah and her husband also voluntarily gave DNA samples and fingerprints to it.
While detectives are suspicious of Deborah's injuries, there's nothing that concretely indicates any involvement in the current murder. Detectives shift their focus back to the mystery man spotted near the house.
The fact that someone was in the backyard that day was certainly a detail that the police wanted to run down. The individual in the blue coverall was one of the big question marks.
Coming up, a lucky break helps investigators zero in on the mystery man.
A police officer had actually stopped his question him.
But just when the case seems close to being solved, it takes a bizarre turn.
Something is not right about that note.
November 2001. Fort Worth detectives are investigating the double murder of Lloyd and Abby Courtney. Their primary focus is the mystery man who was seen in the Courtney's backyard around the time of the crime.
The police figured out who that individual was, and they showed that I was drawn to other neighbors and other family members to see if they would recognize him.
Finally, on November 3rd, a Fort Worth patrol officer comes forward with an intriguing piece of information.
On the day of the murder, a police officer had actually stopped someone who matched the description of the individual found in the backyard of the home.
The man wore blue coveralls and was driving a gray 1991 Lincoln sedan. The officer cited him for speeding and sent him on his way. Only later did he see the composite steps of the murder suspect hanging on the police station's entry door.
The officer thought back to it and thought maybe it's someone that wouldn't talk to me.
A copy of the speeding ticket identifies the man as a 39-year-old named Julia. Detectives immediately track him down and bring him in for an interview.
They questioned him about his whereabouts that day, whether he knew the Courtney, things to that nature.
Emilio claims to have no idea who the Courtneys were. He explains that the blue coveralls he was wearing that day were part of his work uniform. Police immediately checked into his alibi.
They determined that he wasn't a suspect in the case, and he was released immediately.
With no leads panning out in their search for the mystery man, detectives are at a loss.
They never did identify who that was, if there was.
Investigators then turn their attention back to the evidence, specifically the note.
The note that was into Lloyd Courtney's leg is indication that it was somebody he had testified against who just recently got out of prison.
Detectives review all of Lloyd's recent cases, looking for anyone who may have been expressed against him. The more they analyze the note, the less sense it makes.
Something is not right about that note. Plotting to take revenge on someone who had relatively small part in the investigation, which is testifying to his fingerprint. It wouldn't have been usually somebody would have told the grudges.
Most violent defendants need worse than a judge, prosecutor, or a primary detective not to be protest.
One passage in the computer printed note also raises questions.
The note said, "You should be careful who you let in the door. Look what I learned how to do in prison," or something to that effect. That led me to say, did you type the note before you came knowing you would be let in the door? Or did you type a note up on years after he killed her. It just is necessary.
The following afternoon, the autopsies conducted on Lloyd and Agnes Courtney are concluded. The medical examiner notes that both Lloyd and Agnes suffered numerous stab and cut wounds, as well as multiple blunt force traumas to the head and neck.
Medical examiner said that they had been stabbed, slashed, or cut 75 times. It was definitely characterized as overkill.
The paragraph that was found in the report displayed what probably keeps stab and cut both boys and his court.
The report also states that the blunt force trauma wounds were consistent with the broken skillet and table leg found in the house, which casts even more doubt on the notion that the crime was planned.
It makes me think somebody go to all that trouble to track Lloyd down, but you don't bring anything to murder them with. You use their own skillets and kitchen knives and table legs.
The crime scene at that house does indicate something more. It also indicates that she was in person, and it was not pre-planned.
They also went from room to room in the house, and there were so many multiple weapons used. At first you have the skillet's broken, and then you have stabbing with the knife, and then you have a table, obviously, used, and then the table legs broken off the table, and then the table legs used. It seemed to me like there was a lot of passion, a lot of emotion behind the attack.
The extreme passion behind the attack draws investigators back to the victim's daughter, Deborah.
And you have close relatives that don't seem to be taking an interest in how the investigation is proceeding. That's suspicious.
Deborah Parents has don't agree in her explanation of something now occurred.
On November 4th, detectives requested follow-up interview with Deborah and her husband Paul. It's then that the couple makes a startling announcement.
They had obtained an attorney who was making a statement or talking to detectives anymore. That was odd. If someone was not cooperating with the murder investigations of the parents, unless they had something to hide.
Was there perhaps more to Deborah's relationship with her parents than meets the eye? To learn more, detectives reach out to those closest to Deborah and discover the dynamic between Deborah and her parents wasn't as idyllic as they've been led to believe.
Deborah had some psychiatric problems.
She had been diagnosed with depression after the birth of her child, and then later diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
Though Lloyd and Agnes had encouraged Deborah to get help, it only drove her proposal along.
The relationship between Lloyd and Agnes Courtney and Deborah Parents was at times strained.
But according to several close friends, Deborah's mental health issues weren't the primary problem between her and her parents. The real issue was money.
Deborah had a lot of money problems over the years. Her and her husband were in an mountain of debt.
They had been loaning her money for a long time, and they had conflicts about how Deborah and her husband had spent their money.
They had borrowed $55,000 from her parents, and they were told by her parents that if they died before she paid it back, that it would be taken out of her share of the estate.
Friends also tell detectives that earlier that year, the Courtneys cut Deborah off completely.
She thought they could take care of her, and she highly resented the fact that they did not.
Though Lloyd and Agnes had cut Deborah and her husband off, they still financially supported Deborah's daughter.
Lloyd and Agnes had opened some type of savings account for the granddaughter, Deborah's daughter, but had not allowed Deborah to have any access or control over the account, and it caused some hard feelings.
She felt very alone by her parents, and she felt like they owed her more than that. She said her parents had very high expectations of her, and she never felt like she quite lived up to those expectations. I think she had a lot of pent-up rage at her parents.
Is it possible Deborah murdered her parents as payback for these perceived slights? That question becomes even more pressing on November 7th during the funeral services for Lloyd and Agnes. There was a lot of very generous, kind outpouring from the community because these two individuals were loved by many.
They saw some things that would feel that caused concern. One of the homicide detectives had seen their parents would come up to Lloyd Courtney's casket and roll over and spend quite a bit of time there.
He saw Deborah standing over her father's casket, sobbing, really saying, "I'm sorry, Dad."
Is Deborah's behavior indicative of guilt or grief? Detectives increasingly believe it's the former, but they still have no evidence to prove it.
Whoever did this was covered with blood, yet he was able to get into her car and drive away. Not with any blood traces anywhere in the clothes, the car, the shoes, anywhere. As far as I'm concerned, that's good.
As months pass without any arrest, investigators fear the case may never be solved.
Detectives trying to get it as possible as there was.
Then, DNA points police to the real killer.
The blood evidence really told the story of what happened that day.
Hello. Hi. How are you? I had to accept your friend request is what it was, huh? Ah. Oh. Yeah, I got all the DLCs and shit, and also bought Sons of the Forest all for just below $70. If you've ever played what the fuck is it called? The Forest. It's the sequel to The Forest. Yeah. Oh no, you. What? I liked it, so I was like, I want to try the Sons of the Forest. It says that people say it's better than the first one, so yeah, so I've had it in my Steam account for buying it, but I just never bought it because I'm not really big on playing on my computer. No, I don't. Well, for the year, yeah. But I don't mind paying it for the year. At least I got a bigger screen I can see off of. My blind ass. Well, why don't you connect your PC to your TV? Well, it has like a very big back time, and it just doesn't keep up with my So yeah. I don't know. It's hold on. I'm currently battling dinos. I've been trying to get this 300K order done because it's given to me like over 3 days ago, but I've not been feeling well. Like I've been falling asleep even when I'm not tired. And I lost my car chart and everything else. And then I went to
Graduation party for my niece. All right, so you said right click.
After cleaning up the crime scene as best she could, Deborah then typed a note on her
Let me go actually off here. I got view, sort by, refresh, new, display settings, personalize, open in terminal, or show more options.
The defense has their own explanation for the blood stains. Deborah cut her finger while cleaning breakfast dishes at her house that morning.
Oh, okay.
The defense also argues that Deborah was not physically capable of killing two people in such a brutal manner.
Whoever wielded these skillets and knives had a tremendous amount of energy to do these things. Deborah just didn't look like the kind of person who was physically capable of doing it.
There is no task manager here.
Why was there no blood evidence recovered from her vehicle?
I'm not in on the Discord call through my piece. I'm through my yeah.
There's also some blood that was on the crash board that came back to the paragraph.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Okay, right. Okay. Oh, task manager. Okay. Okay. Performance. Open navigation, processes. Performance. Okay. CPU is 3 well, keeps moving around. 3 Realtek PCLE GBE family controller.
They only deliberated about an hour before they were turned guilty.
AMD Ryzen 7, then there's a space, 5700.
She'll be 89 years old before she'll first go before World War.
No.
She will know that after.
Any individual that takes the life of their parents in a brutal fashion that their parents did deserves at a minimum a couple life.
Yep, that's 0. Yeah, it's NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3050. Yeah.
Deborah Puringer died on August 19, 2020 at 67 years old after serving 18 years in prison. As a Deborah Bukalski's sister, Brenda allegedly wherever charged in connection with the murders.
Yeah. I don't know. I shut it down already.
The blood pattern is extensive. Behind the door, on the walls, the ceiling. I've heard the pillow and say somebody knows the victim. They don't want to see what they've done. He had enemies around town, and he may have had people angry at him to come.
You said, yeah, my memory is 16.0.
We uncovered a lot of illicit affairs. One of which was with a local pastor. We found all of these cyber affairs, talking of sexual fantasies.
I update it when it says to update it.
We just got to the point we felt like it's never going to be solved.
They changed the story. Actually,
Yes, I did change up. Queen. Mhm. Hopefully. Well, I'm going to be starting to take more breaks because I'm going to be going up to my, we're not actually sisters, but we call each other sisters because we've known each other for years and we're that close. I'm going to be spending more time up there with her and her kids. Just getting out of the house, spending more time with people. Really? Really? I pulled it up, no problem. I've had it, had it in my thing. Yeah. Yeah, I've been supposed to get it too myself. That's why I was like, fuck it, I'll just get it while I get ARK. Nice. Yeah. Hey, maybe you gotta go on the surface. Nobody has. Everybody's pretty bored of it. The only reason why I'm getting on it consistently is because I got people ordering Drakeling keys from me all the time, and so I've been getting on. Trust me, I wouldn't even be on right now if it weren't for me trying to complete this 300 key order. But they ordered it 3 days ago, and I've been, I took a couple days where I was sick and stayed off because I don't know what's going on with me. I just keep falling asleep for no reason, even when I'm not tired. And I just would pass it out. I wound up losing my Karchar and Drakeling and got myself killed because I just fell asleep. I'll wind up waking up too in the middle of the ocean. And then, like I said, yesterday I was up at my niece's, which is my quote-unquote sister's daughter, eldest daughter's graduation party. And so I'm like, yeah, I gotta stop bullshitting around. I gotta get this done. Yeah, how's that been going? See, you gotta be in a tribe with somebody that can be able to watch your shit for you. No. Well, it's obvious he's not doing it, because if your shit is despawning and shit, then he's not doing it. Who? Oh. What's been going on with him? Really? Why? Mm. Damn. I don't know, Almighty. No idea. I wait until the ones that I have out are all cryoed, and then I'll see how many more I have left. Which I think I put out like 80 something Drakelings, so I still have a few more to go. It would say oh fuck. I can't even think right now. Hold on. It's pretty bad when you're so exhausted you can't even think straight. Valhalla store, Valhalla shop, something like that. I'm not old. Yeah, it's Val. Yeah, I do. There's nothing out right now. I haven't put anything out in a while. No, we should, but we haven't. Oh, that's probably true. Call him a big old meanie for leaving us. It's what? A sign? Oh, yeah. It's a new mod. It's a new mod. Yeah. Really? What your little ass gonna do to me, the officer? Nada. Oh. Yeah, I won a seat through it's somebody's stream. They did a game, and I actually came in second place, and the person that won it was in first place. They passed it down to me, and I got the seat, and I was like, thank you, oh my god, thank you, because I had already done it three different times with 3 different groups and failed at 3 different times with those 3 different groups. I was about fed up. It's like, the fuck. I did the alpha when I did it with this group, the last group I did it with, and passed it. So I was like happy. I was like, yep, I'm never doing this one ever again. Thank you, GG, goodbye. Good luck with doing the alpha. This shit is hard as shit. Especially beating the, what is it, the queen? Hi, hello. Beta's gotta be, I'd still say beta is probably hard, because the fucking alpha is difficult as shit. You know what, you and I should fucking group up for Gen 1. What do you think? Should we tribe up for Gen 1? Oh Lord, don't you dare. Don't you leave me out in the cold. Imagine throwing me out to the dust. Wow. It's alright. I've got other people I can probably. I got other people I can join because Rio's even said I could join with her. Yeah, she was on for a little bit not long ago. I gave her a bunch of stuff and she's like, now you're making me want to play again. I was like, yay! Instead, she hasn't been back since. I was like, boo! Meanie. Not gonna lie, I just grabbed the. I just grabbed a bunch of. I'll use. I'm not really a good builder. I just steal the shit off of fucking whatchamacallit, and put it on the template hammer. I go to Wickily. Bet. No, no. Fuck. Oh. Shit. I did not realize those guys were not on fucking passive. Really? Yeah, I'm getting rid of my Ragnarok base. Well, it's not even built up anymore. Like the one that I had up was built, got decayed, and now I'm just like, fuck this shit. I'm out of here. I'm not gonna even keep it up, and I'm just gonna take everything down and bring it all over here, and the only is aberration. I'm only gonna have 2 after I take down Ab and this. Come here. Stop running around. Really? Damn. Ain't shit. Server safe. Mhm. From who? No. I have some too. Mm. Mhm. Mm. Yeah, they eat meat. Wait, no, they don't. Not the dragons. They eat meat. Oh yeah, the elephants eat berries. Yes. Ah, I have. I've never tamed them. I just raised them. Alright, I think I've got them all. Oh yeah. I think I do. I've been buying a lot of shit lately, so it's probably still a baby and still needs to be grown. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'd have to look. I can go. Hold on. Make this character hop up and drink and eat right quick so that nothing happens. So I've already died once and I don't want to lose this drop. Alright, TP over to main base. Yes, I do. I have a saddle BP that's 119.2 if you want it. I might not. I don't have the wood, or I don't think I have the wood, or I don't. I, okay, I can just give you the BP so you can craft it. I don't care if you keep the BP. Yeah, I was gonna sell it anyways, so yeah, you can have it. Nah, you good. No. Where am I dropping it off to? What TP am I? Huh? Oh, Five's Craft. Alright. On my way, dear. Stealing from the Chinese. I was waiting to do the drop that was over where I'm doing it now, and it was a Chinese dude, and he wound up giving me element at the end. I was like, thank you. I'm gonna get back over to that drop. I want to try to get this 300 shit done quick. This dude's been waiting forever. Yeah. I don't want to keep. I might have Nightmare Mantis, but I don't think it would be from Sin. I don't deal with Gigas. I only deal with Karchas. Not just that. You don't have to worry about them with their whole thing where they rage. Yeah. Oh, don't bite no more. Yeah. And I believe, yeah. I think I have tried. I've actually tried with them on other maps. They're trying to get me to tribe up with them fully, but I'm just like, no. I'm gonna still keep my tribe. I've been through too much bad shit. I got incited by someone that I knew, and I was trying to be her friend because we were like in the same crew on another game, and she fucking tried to get me kicked out of the crew that we were both in, and wound up getting her own self kicked out. It's supposed to be what is the name of it? I don't remember. Fallout. It's called Fallout. My card char's color. Somebody asked me through my stream what color my card char is. No, it's called Fallout. Mhm. Yeah, I always stream on YouTube when I always stream when I'm on. Imagine forgetting. Wow. Mm. Oh shit, I'm at 30,000. Oh yeah, I took out 80 to throw out, so I'm not playing when I say I gotta get this shit done, because I feel bad. Here I was boasting that I get shit done faster, and here it is the third day and I don't even have their 300 yet. I feel bad for the people. No idea. Yeah. It's sleeping. PlayStation. I have 2 PlayStation accounts on the server. It's in the bed. Well, and it's, yeah. And I'm watching, make sure that staying alive on my other TV in my dining room. All I gotta do is look over to the other side. If it dies, I just get up and I go over and respawn it into the bed. Let's see, I am on wave. Wave 12. I do well over 24. I've gone to 34, 44. No, I haven't gotten there yet. Oh, I got 2 gas bags here, and I got my little base thing over here. Ooh. I love that shit. Damn. If I do that much, I'm hoping I'd have a shit ton of keys. Yes, OSD. Working on getting Drakeland keys. Oh, here they come. No can do. Eat these motherfuckers before they come out of the zone area. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. I tried that once and I made a promise to myself I would never ever go there again. my first day on there, I went over there with I went on there because friends of mine asked me to join them on PvP. I go on there and I'm sitting on an RG that they gave me to sit outside because I don't like doing caves, and they were going into a cave. And next thing I know, I got picked up by somebody on another person on an RG, and I got taken yay high in the sky and dropped to my death. Oh no. No, no, no. No. No, thank you. Get away from me. I don't want to kill you yet. Yeah, no thank you. I will stay here. I'm good. I'll stay here. I'd rather keep my base and stuff, you know, my cool little dinos and all that alive and not die. I'd rather keep these, you know. I work too hard for my stuff. Mm-hmm. That's why they did it. My friends were saying I was Snow White because I made my character so big, and they called themselves the Seven Dwarves. They said, you know what, you can just stay home and be Snow White and clean up the house like Snow White did. Uh-huh. Snow White won't be able to defend the base. Giga. Move it, damn thing. You're not. Ow. My ass. Really, Karchar, you want to take a dump now? Really? I know the next event, I'm gonna just say I will only do this on like the weekends, and the rest of the week is my time. Oh Lord Jesus, how do you lose your card charts? This is why I love the weekends. I'm gonna start saying I'm only doing this shit on the weekends, bro, because weekdays it's fucking hard to get the fucking XP, man. Weekdays is when it's popping good. Couple nom-noms and you've got it.
probably throwing an extra 50 for these guys since they had to wait. I just explained to them, between not feeling well and fucking one times, it was a bit hard to get. So I threw you guys in an extra 50. Oh yeah, bring it on, baby.
On the morning of the murder, according to the doctor's note, they did a withdrawal and made the comment to the doctor that she had just found out that her husband had killed.
Nope, okay, I got no choice but to kill these. Okay. I was hoping I'd have another. Oh, hello. Try to sneak up on me. Didn't work up on your ass too well. You're under the map. Oh, that's a lag out of hell. Oh, still lagging. Alright, over here. Those two are under the map. Yippee. Oh, shit.
Whoops. Wasn't me not paying attention to the fact that I need a drink.
He was sentenced to 20 years to serve on the aggravated assault count, which were all three maximum sentences for that law.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Well, I didn't mean to kill the Dilophosaurus, but you know.
Per Georgia law, Marianne never received a life insurance money from Tom's death. Marianne maintains her innocence.
Oh, yes. So much fun. Nothing like doing the same repetitive shit over and over again. Yo. Game get funky. Oh, okay. I'm fun. Well, thank you for reminding me. I have some shit to go hatch up at the base when I'm done.
All right. Thank you. It's with the top stats. Oh, and we're lagging. I'll server save. They're moonwalking. They're doing the moonwalk. There's some other ones I gotta level up too, but yeah, they're so noisy but so cute. Uh, 2,589 or 2,585.9. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just a tad bit tired, but I'll be all right. I am not going to bed until I get this 300 keys done. That I can promise you. Yes, he is. Is it a he or is it a she? Yes, he is a beast. You're fine. Didn't I give you an egg from one of the from? No, if did I give you a color from him or from the parents of him? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Can always breed them again. They're sitting up at the base, at my base. Here, checking to see how much. Actually, no, I don't have a video of that. To get alley dust fast, you should do alley veins, element veins. That's your best bet. Oof. Yeah, I do not like PvP. Oh, wait. Did this one already have the XP on it, or am I just... I don't think it got it that fast, did it? Nah, it couldn't have. That 30k had to have been on there already. Or am I just tripping? I must be tripping. Ugh, it's getting annoying. My hair wants to keep going in my face. Yeah, I can help you build a base over here. Just gotta tell me where you want it. You have to find a good location. I can't do anything. All I can do is sit there and like watch, but I can't help you like build it. Alright, let me see how much I've gotten so far at with this 300. Got 120 in there. Oh, we're almost there. Not really. So I got 204 right now. Right? Yes, 204. So I need less than, I need 96 more to go. Yippee. I'm so shit at math. That hurt my brain just trying to think about that. That's squished into the map. No. Because only the gigas can actually really reach the shield, but it's pretty much protected by the doors I have up. Well, I do my best. That's why I do these. That's why I stream the games that I play to help people learn and see if they actually like the game and if they want to get it. I've had people get games because they watched me play a game and they liked it. Oh, now I'm getting stuck on a tail here. Oh my god, I'm already thirsty again. Jesus. Frick. Boy. So laggy.
Beautiful sunset.
I have a tech bed for you. I think I just forgot to give it to you.
What caught my eye was no trespassing sign just out the road, out in the middle of the desert. And I thought, oh, that's weird. That's moving the floor. Why doesn't somebody want to see? Right across the way there, from where the no trespassing sign was a couch. Looking at it a little bit closer, I saw a red blue jean bus buried in the sand. It appeared that there was blood on the Levi's. And I noticed the pin light on. I was a little creeped out. It was so real. There's no doubt this is a body that is I didn't touch anything that was in that area. And I went back to the dirt bike and I followed my book.
Investigators have 70% left over the desert. The male victim was placed face down into the grave.
His arms tied behind his back. A rope pants around his throat area and tied his wrist.
He also had a big piece of tape around his entire head and over his nose and his mouth. It was extremely upsetting.
Alright, time to get back over to the drop so I can finish this off. Oh yeah? I just love how it makes my other character looks like she's standing up when I first spawn in. Can I please get on? Oh, server saved. So no, she cannot. So excited this weekend. This next coming weekend, I'm going up to my sister's house and spending the night with her and my nieces and my nephews. My niece is excited that I'm giving. She guessed it, but I basically she doesn't really know for sure. Oh!